Welcome to the 7-Day Business Automation Challenge, where I'm going to show you how you can go from prompting and chatting with AI to building real systems that automate up to 80% of your business processes. You should take this course if you find yourself babysitting ChatGPT, prompting, reprompting, copy pasting, and using all these different tools, where you find yourself doing more manual work than you should be. I use a tool, ChatGPT, but this could be Claude, Copilot, Gemini, you name it. In 7 days, you're going to be able to build a tool or micro app that can automate one of your business processes. And this is going to be the exact micro app that I developed for other companies that I've worked with. More on that in just a bit. Plus, you're going to get a clear roadmap of what to automate next. I'm going to shift your belief from, I need to be a coder or a developer to build such cool systems to, what, I've just automated the stuff and it saved me over 5 hours a week. I'm going to walk you through the full blueprint of the 7-day workshop. My only one rule for this course is that you build along and not just watch. You can watch it at 2x or 3x speed just to find out what it's all about and then come back and start building with me. This is going to be a practical course. So we're going to get your hands dirty. We're going to build a full system that's going to automate some of your workflows. So you're probably asking, why is this course free and what do I gain from all of this? Well, if you look at this roadmap, this is the 7-day challenge that you are on. We have day 1 all the way to day 7. It's going to be a very intensive course. I'm going to give away a lot of value. The only way I benefit is if I am able to give you great value, I build a lot of trust. And if I have a lot of trust, then it's more likely that you'll join my paid membership called the Corporate Automation OS. Previously, it was called the Corporate Automation Library, but OS just fits it that much better. So the 7-day challenge covers more or less what we have over here: how to build a micro app, how to identify problems, how to audit your workflows, how to identify bottlenecks, identifying the problem and then converting those into micro apps. We've got micro apps for sales, marketing, finance. We've got Intelligence OS as well as Ops OS. Once you have the basics of how to build your first micro apps, I'm going to give you the same micro apps that I use for myself, as well as the ones that I build for other companies that can automate various different departments. And we're going to have much more than this in the upcoming months. We cover all of these at a high level in our 7-day challenge, but you'll also get access to our premium dashboards within the Corporate Automation operating system. And essentially the benefit that you get in the Corporate Automation OS is that you'll get daily calls, better technical support, strategy calls, workshops, and all of my proprietary dashboards and micro apps. Like I've mentioned, I'm going to give you a ton of value and build a lot of trust. So that is why I'm giving you this course for free, so that I can build your trust and I can start working with you to start automating your processes. So you can take what I'm giving you in the 7-day program and build everything yourself. If you feel like this is too much for you, we have a done with you service, which you can access via the Corporate Automation OS. If you feel like, I just don't have time for all of this, then you come to us and say, hey, Ritz, you know what? I just don't have time to implement this. Can you implement this for us? And I'll be like, sure, because every business is different and you'll probably want us to build custom automations for you. So who is this course for? If you are a business owner, an operator, a freelancer, or consultant who's drowning in repetitive work, you probably find yourself dealing with human error, or your team is struggling to get things done without you, then this is for you. If you use AI, but you're doing everything by hand, or you go into ChatGPT or Claude or whatever tool you're using, you type in a prompt, okay, generate me images, generate me articles, LinkedIn posts, whatever it is, or even find me leads, and you have 100 different chats which you're trying to sort through, trying to figure out what goes where. You might have agents doing the work, you may not. And every time it's a mental burden for you and your team to just try to figure out without having all of this overload on your mind. How do we have a simple one-click system to get things done? And trust me, I've been there. I've been prompting, reprompting. I've built automations in many different programs like Zapier, N8N, OpenClaw, and even Claude. Creating micro apps works wonders. And I'm going to show you why in just a bit. The main thing is that you want systems that work and that can run your business, not just another tool that you have to babysit. You want the AI to be proactive rather than you always having to prompt it. You have to be willing to build along, not just watch like I've mentioned. If you're not going to build along, just stop this video right now and watch some other AI video, because this is going to be all about building systems thinking, and getting shit done faster without having you to be the bottleneck all the time. So this course is also for people who have money but no time. You want your hours back every week and you want to reduce human error. One of the biggest issues is people are copying and pasting from one invoice into their CRM. But as the day progresses, they start to make mistakes. And having to go back and check through all of that takes a lot of your time. So whether you're technical or not, I'm going to guide you step by step on how to build these micro apps. You don't have to be a coder. I only know Python, but these days I haven't even touched the code, not once. AI is that good right now. As long as you know how to prompt, you can build a full-fledged web app, dashboard, or system that can automate certain processes. So who is this course not for? This course is not for people who want a magic button with zero effort. You're going to build real things here. So if you don't want to get your hands dirty, then skip this video. This course is not for the indecisive. You must take action. You must implement the systems that I'm teaching in the 7 days. Must follow along with this course, and you must be hungry for improvement. To start, I mentioned that we're going to automate up to 80% of your systems. So that's not to say that if you implement this, you'll automate exactly 80%. Even if you 1% of your current processes using the systems that I'm going to teach you. If you think about it, if you make 1%, that means of 100 days, you get 1 day back. You can measure that in terms of your employee's hourly rate. 8 hours is a lot of money and a lot of time. We're going to be scratching the surface of what exactly is possible in the realm of automation. The focus is more on the automation part rather than the AI. Because right now you are using AI, but you're not automating. Agents, we're going to mix different tools that include agents, tools, MC servers, APIs, to build the systems that can get you proper results. If all of this sounds scary, I'll be clarifying everything throughout this course. This course is not for people who are happy living inside chatting and prompting and don't want to change how you work. If that works for you, then good. We're going to take it a step further. And this course is also not for people who are not going to do the action steps. Watchers get nothing, builders get results. And then finally, you want it all done for you right now. So that would be more our paid path and not this free course. Like I mentioned, we do custom businesses where we build the full thing for you. And we have a link down below for you to also work with us. Okay, so why should you trust me? I'm sure there's probably many other gurus out there. Well, if you don't know, my name is Ritesh Kanjee from Augmented AI. I've been in the industry for over 11 years, building real automation systems for real companies. I'm going to take you through briefly some of the clients that we've worked with, where we've got the Aussie group, where they were processing their visa migration documents. They were using ChatGPT, they were dragging in their documents, and through prompts and reprompting, they were taking 8 hours just to process one client. Through the systems that we built for them, we managed to cut it in half. For Resolute Robotics, they were doing lead research, which used to take them weeks to get done. What this process involved was to find all of the large schooling groups in Africa. From those websites, they needed to find the key decision makers and gatekeepers for them to contact so that they can sell their product. The system that we designed did deep research to find all of these large schooling groups in Africa within days. They could select whichever country they want to, which should finally output the links to all of these decision makers and their LinkedIn profiles. We've also helped Tshwane University of Technology with their video automation pipeline. They had a 2-month deadline with a 6-month backlog, which meant for a 1-hour course, they would have to spend 6 months to film everything, put everything together, and then finally present it to their students. We swooped in and managed to do this entire 1-hour course using their content, obviously, within 2 weeks. We've also helped Momentum and consulted with them for a forms automation process, which used to take 3 days, and now it's down to 10 minutes. We've also consulted at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, or JSE, and I've even had the privilege of doing a talk there. So why does this matter to you? Well, this is to show that we've actually worked on these projects. We have these clients and we've built these automations, and these are the return on investment and results that we have achieved for these companies. A lot of people who claim that they are AI gurus or deal with AI agents, a lot of them haven't worked with real companies and are just sharing templates that they have tried and used. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. If you go to dimensions.com/portfolio, you'll see all of the other companies that we have worked with. And if you want proof of their testimonials, you can go to this tab, Work With Me, and you can watch some of the video testimonials with the companies that we've worked with. So on top of that, we also have testimonials from people that we've worked with within our corporate automation library, which is now our corporate automation. As Christopher Berry saying that you won't find a library with high quality workflows, and many other automators that we've worked with. You can pause this video and read through all of these testimonials. If you go on my website, you'll be able to find these people on LinkedIn and maybe reach out to them if you're still skeptical. Also, if you're watching this video on YouTube or anywhere else on the internet, you should definitely join my free school community where you'll find this exact same course there with all of the free resources, documents, blueprints, prompts, whatever it is. We have over 523 members right now. We have a very active community where you can ask questions. We have weekly workshops. We have monthly challenges where you can win some of our premium dashboards. You can see the leaderboard. If you want direct link, it's at w.school.com/corporate automation hub. In order to get up to 80% automation for any of the tasks that you plan on automating, I want you to make a commitment, not to me, not to anyone else, but for yourself to do right now. After the slide, how many hours a week are you losing prompting, reprompting to get one output? How long does it take you? 10 hours, 5 days, months? Jot that down. Identify the problem. It might take you a couple of days to go through the same workflow you're currently doing, just to figure out, okay, I'm actually editing this video. I'm using the platform called Crypt. I'm using all of these different tools. It requires a lot of my manual input. Is this something that I can actually automate? Most problems are that you are the bottleneck. I've come across a lot of companies where the owner wants to retire or go into semi-retirement, but they're still doing a lot of admin work, a lot of decision making that can be outsourced to AI. And I'm talking about AI in its current state right now. It's just going to get better from here. If you find yourself being a bottleneck in these processes, write that down. Then find out what are the implications of not acting. If you don't automate this process, what could possibly happen? Think about what it will cost you. Will it cost you time? Will it cost you money? Will it cost you reputation? Because if people are generating human slop, or you're having a lot of human error, which means your outputs that are getting generated are causing you reputational damage, that could be very costly for you and your company. Some owners, some founders, some entrepreneurs are working overnight, which means that they probably miss family time, miss dinners. They're not living life. So write down what is it costing you if you are the bottleneck. Now, it doesn't have to be you. It could be someone that's operating your business. It could be someone that you have tasked with doing automation, but it's not doing it that well. It could be everyone in your business, but you need to figure out what is the actual bottleneck that you can then go ahead and automate. You might find that some jobs are redundant. And I'm not saying, replace them completely. You might want to upskill them and maybe get them to do something else that's more meaningful. And then taking a step further with the need payoff. If you got 10 hours a week back, what would you do with them? Now, you're going to write this down. It can be on a piece of paper. It can be on your iPhone. You could type it out on your laptop or on your tablet, or you can go to www.augmentedaiautomation.com/hub_accountability. Click on this link. It'll take you to this free accountability contract. Fill in all of your answers right here. Read this phrase out aloud. I am done being the bottleneck. I will complete all 7 days. I will build my AI operating system. Sign it and make it real. Put your name, date, and your signature wherever you want to. Fill in this entire form, print it out, and hang it on your wall. You're more likely to achieve a particular goal if you see something that you've committed right in front of you, rather than digitally signing it and it gets forgotten on your desktop. This is the choice that you're going to make. This is the first action that I want you to take. And if you're not sure what to answer, get AI to help you. Say, I'm spending my time doing this, it's taking 5 hours. Put that into AI and then come back and fill all of that for you. It can help you brainstorm ideas. So if you're like me, you're probably using Claude, which has memory of you. It'll probably know already where your bottlenecks are before you've even prompted it. Sometimes AI knows you better than you know yourself. So if you go to day 0, you'll find a post that says accountability. The lecture name may change, but if you scroll down, you'll see your accountability post. So once you sign this contract to yourself, upload this document here so that everyone can see. We can all hold each other accountable. Click on one of these that apply to you, or you can go to community over here under accountability. You'll find the exact same post that's pinned there. It'd be really great to see what are the bottlenecks, what are the implications or the cost of you not implementing or automating these processes. And then if you did automate these processes, what would your life look like if you did? This is where your transformation happens. By signing this, you commit to it. Don't worry. If it's too difficult for you, we've got the community to help you. You've got me to help you. We've got weekly workshops. If you want extra help with us to hold your hand along the journey, we've got our corporate automation OS where we have daily calls, and we are also here to help you build it for you. So with that said, that wraps up day 0. If you're ready to get started, let's go straight into day number 1. Welcome to day 1 of our 7-day business automation challenge. Go from chatting with AI, wasting a lot of time prompting, reprompting, to building actual systems that automate up to 80% of your business workflows. And today we're going to be focusing on the shift. Why prompting keeps you stuck. And this is a problem that I've seen in a lot of businesses where they think that they're using AI, they're using ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Copilot, you name it. They are able to write their documents faster. They're able to read and write emails much faster, generate documents. But there's one flaw. They have to keep on prompting and reprompting using multiple tools to be able to get the job done. Now I'm going to show you how to get this done much faster and much quicker, and thus improving your productivity up to 80%. And like I mentioned in day 0, even if you get up to 1% improvements, out of 100 days, you save 1 day, which is 8 hours. If you calculate that hourly rate for each of your employees, that's a lot. And my goal is to help you save time, save money, and reduce human error. Before we continue, remember in the last lecture on day 0, we committed to signing our contract. So if you haven't already, go to augmentedaiautomations.com/hub_accountability. You'll get a contract that you can sign, for which you'll post it here in our school community. And the goal is to get you committed, because once you're committed, then you can start making progress. If you watch this entire video, you probably get some insights here and there, but you won't actually have systems that can automate tasks for you. So also in this contract, you'll have some questions that you'll need to answer that will be used in the next upcoming lecture in day 2. And now this is important because if you don't answer these questions, you won't know what to automate when it comes to building the actual micro apps that we'll use to automate repetitive processes. So let's get into it. So what we're going to talk about today is the problems that come with prompting, and how do we make the shift towards actually building systems, and why are systems actually useful? Despite the obvious, it's not clear to a lot of people, even myself. I wasn't aware that I was wasting a lot of time using AI and reprompting over and over again. It's only until I measured the time that I found out that I was wasting a lot of time. And even the tasks that I was paying for actually saved over thousands of dollars in freelancer costs and tools that I used to use by just building it on my own. So let's go into why ChatGPT makes you the bottleneck. When I use the term ChatGPT, I'm referring to chat-based tools like Claude, ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini. It's making you the bottleneck. And I'll tell you why. If I want to get a task done, right, Claude, and I want to automate a task, let's say I'm creating LinkedIn posts on an ongoing basis. I would go into one of my projects for which I have this LinkedIn post formatter. Now, the logical thing is to create a project where if you're doing things on an ongoing basis, you would set up memory, some instructions on how to do a LinkedIn post. You would create a standard operating procedure for how it should operate. And this works most of the time. So I'll say, create me a LinkedIn post about why ChatGPT or using a chat interface is very bad and why you should rather create systems. So I was using Voice Inc for transcription. It allows me to give more context to my AI in that regard. So I'm going to send this off. It's reading through the standard operating procedure. It's doing its thing. And now it's giving me the LinkedIn post. So this seems to be decent. It has everything that I want, including the framework that I need. It's got a hook and it's got my call to action to tell them to repost, and automatically creates hashtags for me. So you're probably saying, hey, Ritz, look, this works. I mean, why should I even create a system for this? Let me tell you why. So first of all, now I have to copy and paste. I have to look and see, okay, you have to look and say, okay, I have to copy this part here over there, or maybe copy this and get rid of that, and then copy it into social media to input it into what you need, and then put it into social media, copy and paste it there. So instead of having to do this, I can put in the same prompt. So I'm going to copy this and go into a dashboard that I created. So this is one of the micro apps that I've created, and you'll get this in the corporate automation OS. So if I had to copy and paste this one here. Now I don't have the project like I had in Claude, but I do have the system prompt set up to enhance my workflow. So if I click on spin, it will take this prompt, and within a few seconds, it will have my full prompt ready for posting. I can also get the same prompt adjusted for an article, infographic, slides, and for YouTube. And what's nice is I just need to upload an image or photo or get my other AI agents to do the posting for me. Right from here, I can post to all of these social media platforms all at once. Can you see how powerful? So this is what happens when you have a proper system in place, rather than having all of these fragmented tools where you now have to copy and paste from Claude into LinkedIn and then copy it and paste it into Facebook. Sure, there might be other systems and tools out there, but you need to shift your thinking from chat-based interfaces to systems-based interfaces and dashboards. So what I tell a lot of companies is that work dies in chat windows. Nothing is saved or reusable. So what I mean is, if I have a long chat, if I'm working on this particular thread, and if someone wants to do it, they can't really use it. I have to share this entire chat or use the same account. And if I want to reuse a particular post that I used a while back, I would have to scroll and scroll to find this file, or maybe go over here to find some of the files that we've created. and to find exactly what prompt that I use to, if I want to redo that same thing, or find the output that I need for that particular project. So the biggest problem is that, number one, you're wasting time prompting and having to reprompt to do the same thing rather than clicking a button. The second thing is, if you want to reuse or recycle some of the old content or some old work endlessly to find the particular piece of content that you're working on, that wastes a lot of time. It might seem like it's not such a big deal. You work on small projects, or you might use different windows, or you have everything comfortably in one chat and you're happy with that. That's perfectly fine. But if you add up all of the seconds and minutes that you use wasting scrolling up, scrolling down, changing, copying, pasting, that can take a lot of time, and you don't really realize it until you do an actual audit. If you have a deterministic workflow where it goes from content to generation to repurposing to publishing all in one workflow, you will have your human in the loop somewhere along the lines. You can save minutes in between all of these, and those minutes add up over time. Let's not forget human focus, because if your mind is switching context between, okay, I'm using this tool, okay, let's go to that tool, let's copy and paste this from here to there, that takes a lot of mental focus. But if you have one-click solution that does all of it for you, why not? That will get you to your first 10% of automation. Maybe you realize it, maybe you don't, but maybe your colleagues, your employees, they don't realize it. They're probably happy copying and pasting, and that works for them, but they don't realize that they're wasting a lot of time. And you and your employees are still the engine, and nothing runs unless you are typing. So the problem with a lot of these chat interfaces is that you have to prompt in order to get an output. There have been changes around recently in which, if you co-work, you can go to scheduled and you can tell it, get me this latest sales analytics for the past 24 hours and get my social media analytics as well, and then put it into a nice dashboard for me that can run automatically, which does work. You have routines. So if you have a dashboard, you click run and it pulls all of the information for you. That also works. But I prefer having a dedicated dashboard that doesn't rely on having a subscription to Claude or Codex. If you are interested in how all of these work, I do have a free 5-hour Claude course that you can get in my free school community. Let's not forget the other problems that come with using a chat window. When I was working with Aussies, they were having everything in one chat window. So everything became convoluted, and she had to go back, copy and paste prompts from the other chat into a new chat and work on that. As the context becomes longer and longer, you suffer context rot, which means the more you put in, the more it forgets. There's also the lost in the middle phenomena, where if you have a book, it remembers more from the start and ending and has less accuracy in the middle. If you ask it, where did the fox jump over the bridge? It won't know if the context is very long. If the fox was near the bridge, it'll reference those, but it might skip over the part where the fox actually crossed the bridge. And there's hallucinations. If you have context rot, low accuracy from the lost in the middle phenomenon, or it doesn't know how to deal with it, or there's too much context, you have a high chance of suffering from hallucinations, which basically means that the AI is lying to you. It's confident in how it got there, but just like any AI, it makes mistakes. If it's not grounded in data, if the context is not small enough, there's a high probability of you getting hallucinations. And this is an inherent problem with all AIs currently, until they solve this in later large language models. The other thing is that if you're working in teams, other humans and AI can't really share one chat. Sure, it's possible if we all have one account, we can all work together on one thing. But that means obviously I'm waiting for someone else to use the chat and then we use another chat. There's actually companies that are doing that. They're all using one chat account and they have different threads, or some people are even using the same thread, which means that they're queuing to use AI. That's a bottleneck right there. And if you're doing that, please add that to your spin list, which you'll find in your accountability contract right over here. How do we fix it? The main thing is that we shift from having a chat to having a system. So what does it mean to have a system? Our Instagram researcher that we've built. Now, you could have this in a conversation in Claude, and it could easily pull all of this information for you. But having a dashboard like this makes a huge difference. And reels that I've collected, I'm able to look at what hooks I have. I can take those hooks and templatize it. And this was all using a local AI model that I have running on my own MacBook Pro. And I can extract some of the scripts that I need. So here I can have the script that's automatically extracted and the full script template that we see see over here. So now if I want to create my own videos and get some ideas on what's trending, what's not trending, how are people actually creating their videos, this eliminates all of the guesswork. I have a system that works, and anybody who has access to this dashboard can work on it simultaneously. Also, instead of having to prompt and reprompt, this dashboard does it all for you. And if you want, we have an AI advisor if you want that conversational aspect of it. So if I want to take all of this data that I've collected from Instagram and TikTok, I can type it right here and get ideas on my next video. And if I want, I can save it into my hooks library over here, for which I can filter out by different format types. Now, this is what I mean by creating a system. If I had to do the exact same thing in Claude or Copilot, you can imagine how long conversation I would have had to work with. Even if you are doing this in a canvas or artifact, things can get convoluted and you might lose your artifact somewhere in the chat along. By the way, if you want to get this full dashboard, these other systems and micro apps, you can get it by joining our corporate automation OS, which currently is called the corporate automation library, but that's going to change very soon. And you can create your own, but it has taken me a lot of time, a lot of tokens building this up from scratch. Skip all of the headache. Join my school community at the link down below. Okay, so let's take a look at chats or conversations versus systems, as well as what a micro app is. So chat is a once-off answer that you can't really reuse. Sure, you can copy and paste it, but if you want to automate as much as possible, you shouldn't reuse it. You should rather have something that can, at the click of a button, reuse that prompt. So if I get a response, at some point it's going to get pushed up right to the top of my chat, and that time to get that prompt back takes a lot of time. So that's a problem. A micro app is a saved, repeatable visual system that you can build yourself with AI. And we're actually going to build a micro app in the upcoming days. And I'm going to show you how to build a system, the underlying architecture, and all of the tools, frameworks, everything that you need in order to build your first micro app. Whether you're technical or not, we're going to automate your processes. And what's nice is that if you have a micro app, it runs the same every single time. There's very minimal prompt roulette. So if you have small context, you have a prompt, it has a small task to do, there's a high probability of you getting what you want, as opposed to having a long chat and it doing it over and over again. I once had a problem where I had a long chat. It was referencing something much earlier on, and this was in Claude, and I had the same problem in ChatGPT as well as Gemini, where it would glitch sometimes and it would go and reference something else that I had long time ago, which wasn't really relevant, when in fact I was trying to get it to generate something that was a bit more recent. And I wasn't even being vague or anything. I was just telling it, create a LinkedIn post of this thing over here. Eventually, I tried over and over again. It got stuck in a loop, which was very crazy for these top tier models. And eventually I got frustrated. I started a brand new chat, copied things from the past chat, dropped it in, and then started the conversation again. So if that happened to you, you probably wasted about 5 to 10 minutes. Compound that over here, you can do the math. I want to draw your attention to both you and an AI can operate it. There's a difference between having an AI advisor within the app as well as an AI agent that operates the app. Let me show you what this looks like. Let's say this is you doing the work. You are doing everything manually. Let's change this color to purple. This is the old way. Now, AI comes along and you realize that instead of writing this document myself, I can get AI to do it. And that's what most people do. Let's just change this color. First, you are doing 50% of the work and the AI is doing the other 50%. Let's just get dimensions right over there. Let's and change that color to maybe that one there. This one can be purple again because that represents you. So now we're at the stage where AI is doing 50% of the work. You're still going through everything, checking all of the work, making sure that it's correct, or maybe you tweaking things here and there. These are typical things that you find yourself doing over and over again until you go back and tweak the system prompt here and there to go back doing task switching. That takes a lot of time. So let's say you're doing a proposal and every time you have to mention, okay, this is not an upfront cost, this is a milestone based thing. So every time you have to go back and change the system prompt to say, no, don't do it like this, do it like that. Whereas now, if you go a step further, we can have it as an AI doing maybe 40% of the work. You are doing maybe 10%, but now we have an AI agent. Let's call it agent. It can be an AI agent or human agent, doesn't matter, as long as you have the system in place. So now this AI agent is able to manage this AI. It can be a tool, for example, my Instagram tool, which pulls via API from YouTube data or data, maybe scraping using Apify, whatever tool. It can be tool plus AI or just tool, or it can just be AI tool or one or the other. And then the AI agent has the ability to control the entire tool itself. So this means that I can come in and tell the agent, create 2 videos, 2 images, 2 articles, and have it posted to social media, for example. Now, the AI agent will go and crunch all of the API calls required. It will see what tasks need to be done. I need videos, I need images, and do it in that order. It will go and tell the AI tool, this is what you need to do within that sequence. But if I want to do it manually, you can go in and manage and tell the AI to do all of these things. What I found is if I had to generate an image, I would start waiting for the AI agent to generate the image first, and then I would go do the articles, and then I'll do the LinkedIn post. I'm giving a rough content generation scenario, but this applies to all of the other things. Humans wouldn't actually wait for these things to be done, whereas an AI agent would execute it all simultaneously. This is not to say that the human can do it. I'm saying that humans tend to do one thing, then do the next thing, and it happens sequentially, whereas an AI agent can handle it all in parallel and all simultaneously. And the shift is to go from talking or chatting to building. A button is much quicker than a prompt. Let's take a look at the AI operating system vision. So we have one dashboard that both humans and agents can use. We try to visualize everything as panels, so departments as panels. So we have one for marketing, one for sales, one for finance, one for operations. And under each of these, we have our micro apps. So as you can see, we have our operating system for sales, marketing, finance, intelligence, and ops. I've built a high-level agent called Jarvis, a very original name, where we have all of the departments here or all of the micro apps. You can decide how you want to structure it, either as all of the micro apps or as departments that you can open up. These are the different bridges. So I have one for budgeting, I have one for video editing over here, and we'll go into all of these a bit deeper later on. Competitor stock analysis, competitor analysis, stock analysis, checking out my CRM, TikTok research, social distribution, video editing, budgeting, and more. So you can have as many micro apps as you want. And what's nice from this agentic OS that we're going to build is that you can speak to it either via voice or via chat. And how this essentially works is that this agentic OS, we could have built our own agentic platform, but I decided to use Hermes. You can use OpenClaw or Claude or basically any agentic framework. But what's nice about Hermes, if this dashboard fails, I can go into Hermes and use it there to command all of my other projects and micro apps. So Hermes is similar to OpenClaw, which is an agentic system that we can chat. You can use different types of skills and tools. You can build artifacts and connect it to your popular messaging platforms like Telegram, WhatsApp, Apple Messages. And because it runs locally on your own computer, I'm running mine on my Mac Mini, it's able to control the computer and autonomously execute tasks. Now we're going to get into this later. So if this all seems scary, don't worry, I'll do a deep dive soon. So how it looks like, we have Jarvis over here. That makes our user interface a bit more user-friendly for anyone who's trying to command it. Then we have Hermes down over here, Hermes Agent, which is quite popular right now. If you Google Hermes Agent, you'll see a ton of Hermes Agent tutorials. So I'm going to go look for app 1. You can have as many micro apps as you want. So let's call this app 2, 3, 4, and 5. So all of these micro apps that you see right here, Jarvis is able to interact with each and every one of these micro apps. The micro apps themselves are self-contained systems, so they can run without having to have an orchestrator. But if something needs to change, or if you need to get information on how well they're running, you can tell Hermes or the agent OS, let's just call this agent, can speak to Hermes, and Hermes can talk to any one of these apps or all at the same time, pull the information on how well our CRM is doing. Is it fine? Did we get new visitors? And flag it as a problem to Jarvis. Or we can tell Jarvis to say, okay, create new hooks for me, and it'll go through Hermes and route to the appropriate app that it needs to route to. So this is the agentic framework that we're looking at building. And once you understand the fundamentals, then we are able to build things that actually automate the business and how we can achieve up to 80% automation for our business processes. Now, underneath all of these micro apps, we could have different tools. We could have something similar to this where we have the AI agent or an AI tool. This would give us access to, let's say if we're doing content generation, what would we need? We would need an image generator. It could be an AI image generator. It could be maybe a storyboard creator. We might need a calculator. We might need access to our CRM or database to see, okay, we've generated this much of content. We might want to store some sort of analytics. So we'll have a database, and we might have some other tools. We might have another AI that can give us local results within this container rather than being diluted over at departmental level. But this is just high level, so let's not fret. We're definitely going to go deeper on this. And I did mention that we're going to try and get up to 80%, which is our goal, where most of the work runs without. If you achieve just 1%, imagine 1 day out of 100 days or 1 month out of 100 months. That all adds up and compounds over time. And the panels, all of these panels or micro apps lead up to one operating system. You can either run Hermes as your operating system, or you can have Jarvis, which is a high level one where you're able to speak. It's a bit more custom. So this is, you can think of as a micro app that links into Hermes. And the reason why I built it is so that I can have a high level overview or dashboard for being able to see what's happening in my business. Now, let's go into the proof of the real systems that I've built for real companies. Day one, I did mention Aussies. They were doing visa migration documents, and they were using one chat window to process a whole bunch of documents back and forth. They used to spend 8 hours doing that, but we built a system to cut it down to 50%. So the same person can do double the work. So this is what the typical project looks like on the back end. Now, when I developed this project for the Aussies group, N8N was particularly popular at the time. So this is how we developed it. Now, I know it might look like much, but each node essentially does one job. So we have one AI to extract the ABN number from a document. So I'll just give you some high level. So let me simplify what's actually happening here. The task was to create a salary justification document. They would put in some client details. So it would extract the ABN number, output that, send it to the title page creator, which uses ChatGPT, send it to memory, and then save that particular page to a Superbase. You can use any database that you want, but we broke each section of the document into one agent. We could have had one agent do the entire document, but because the document was long, we tried to minimize context rot as well as hallucinations as well as the loss in middle phenomenon. And the way we did that was with nano agents. So one section of the document means one agent, and each AI agent had the ability to use any AI model. So we can use Claude, Copilot, you name it. We've given it access to tools, memory. Now for this particular section, we needed the AI to do deep research as well as search on the web. So we use Perplexity as one of the tools as well as Tavly to do web search. So this AI agent can decide whether it wants to use any of these tools to get the information online, pull it in, and then process that particular section. And the same thing happens for all of these other modules over here. And what's nice is that for smaller tasks like creating a summary, we can use smaller models, thus saving tokens. And for bigger tasks, we can use bigger models. And the beauty of this is that we can try out different models for different tasks. So N8N was particularly popular last year in 2025. Now in 2026 and into 2027, we're seeing a shift more towards these micro apps and dashboards. Regardless of how the tools change, Hermes might change back into OpenClaw. OpenClaw might go into another agentic framework, maybe PicoClaw, or maybe into Claude, or a Codex agent system, or maybe into one of the Chinese agentic systems. Who knows? But the main thing is to have clear oversight, dashboard where the human can interact with it, as well as an AI being able to interact with it. Have the synergy with the human in the loop, as well as AI for improved productivity, and we can get the job done much faster. So N8N is still good to use. It's still quite powerful because you have to code all of these yourself. Sure, you can get the N8N AI to do this, but I found it so much easier to just go into Cursor and tell it to build me an app using all of these tools rather than having to go back and forth and refine these. But I do love the visual aspect of this to see how everything comes together. Next up, we created a deep research for Resolute Robotics. LSG stands for Large Schooling Groups. And what Resolute does is that they create STEM education for schools. So they need to find clients, which are schools. But much better is to get part of the large schooling groups. So in order to find these clients, they have to Google, or even if they ask ChatGPT what are the major school groups in this particular country, it will give them a list, but then they have to go into each of the sites, find out, are they schools or are they large schooling groups? Then they have to go into their website and find who are the key decision makers, try and find the emails, trying to pinpoint either the email or the LinkedIn profile for which they can get connected with. So instead, what this system does is that it would allow you to select all of the countries all at once. You can do deep research. It would find all of the schooling groups in an instant. You can toggle whether you want to get their school fees as well. Like here, we managed to find the school fees right over here. And now we are able to see all of the schooling groups, what schools belong to the schooling group, where they're located, be able to get access to all of the key decision makers and executives, as well as their gatekeepers in one single dashboard. So now I can click on this link and that link and start the conversation with these people, these board members. Pretty cool, right? You can have this in Claude and get it to do it automatically. Or you can have a dashboard for which there's full transparency and either connect it to Hermes or Claude to be able to command this dashboard to do its thing. And then you can have a look and have things much more structured than if you were to have it in chat. We also helped them with video automation. So we created a full video automation pipeline for which they had to create 366 videos for grade 1 students before the end of the year. So we helped them to create this automated pipeline for which we can enable video generation to happen automatically. We also helped Tshwane University of Technology create a whole video automation pipeline. So they had to create a 1-hour course, 2 months deadline. But in order for them to create this 1-hour course, it would have taken them 6 months. Through the use of AI, using our animatic system that we built a whole system which would create a storyboard, from storyboard to image to video, and then we create our voiceovers, sync them together, and then out would come the video. If I had to do this manually, I would have been able to create the videos much quicker. Sure, I would have gotten to creating the videos much sooner, but because I took the time to build a system, I was able to get the videos done much faster. So it might have taken me maybe 4 weeks to get this video out if I had to do it manually, which means I would have to manually go into ChatGPT, generate the script, go into Gemini, generate it using Nano Banana, then from there go into Kling or VO3 to generate the videos. And you know that whole copy and pasting creates a lot of friction. And in creating a system and a tool, I was able to minimize that friction and thus be able to get this done much sooner. We also created an offline version of Notebook LM. Like you're probably saying, why not just use Notebook LM? Why did the client ask you to recreate it? Number one, if you have 1,000 to maybe 10,000 students that are all using this tool or this chat interface where you could upload your documents, audio, video, voice, slide deck, you name it, and you multiply the cost by 1,000 to 10,000, you can imagine what your costs would be. The worst part was that the lecturer had to put his own personal credit card on the OpenAI platform, which means that he can only claim back all of his costs in 6 months. You can imagine his credit card bill at the end with all these API costs. So instead, we deployed everything to a local Mac studio. We used an offline model or large language model on this device. Everything goes through that device and we were able to have a much lower cost overall, and the lecturer was happy. We also did a project for ICM Cargo where they had to create an invoice capture automation. Now, this is a system that we created for them, but initially they were getting the invoices. They had to extract all of the details from that invoice, copy and paste it into another system, which would have taken hours. And if they get maybe 100 invoices in a day, you can imagine having someone to manually copy and paste from invoice to system would have taken a lot of time. The system that we developed was able to take all of these invoices in bulk, extract all of the information, either natively or via optical character recognition, and we created a custom dashboard which was able to filter all of that information out and help them to insert it into that third-party platform all automatically. So now they save days worth of work rather than just having to do it all manually. And then finally, we created an automated content engine for LucidView as well as Quintessence, where we are able to generate content at scale. So all of the information, brand guidelines, and corporate identity goes into this knowledge base over here. You can upload your ideal client profile, brand guidelines, corporate identity, all goes into here. Whatever gets generated because of that. So I can say I'm targeting this audience. Let's click over here to go into that. And now what's great is that I can generate images in whatever style I want. I can expand the prompt. All of this gets generated automatically based on this pillar content over here. From there, I can generate images, videos, the scripts all get generated automatically. Carousels, articles that are all GEO and SEO optimized. Text posts for like LinkedIn posts and X. We can create a very good hook and post all of that to social media all at once. If you think this looks similar, that's because you've probably already seen it. This is my social view manager where I can upload to all of these social media platforms all at once. Probably see how important a system is. If I had to do this all in chat, you can imagine how tedious and monotonous this would be. I have a client that pasted 16,000 lines of data into ChatGPT to get a report out. Sure, the report looked great at surface level, but if you dig deeper into it, you'll see a lot of errors. This is because of context rot and hallucinations, as well as the lost in the middle phenomenon. Instead, I would have these nano agents tackle each line, create a summary, and then we have another agent to take all of these summaries and create a grand report from that. This would be much less context, and you'd have a greater token saving from your AI usage bill. Great, so that wraps up day one. I'm sure by now you understand the importance of moving away from chat. I'm not saying to move away from it completely. You can still use chat for your once-off ad hoc kind of tasks, but if you're doing something on an ongoing basis that requires repeatability, anything that's mundane, that you're doing over and over again, copying and pasting from one side to the other side, you need to build a system. Now that you've completed day one, I want you to head over to www.augmentedaiautomation.com/hub_accountability. If you're not already enrolled in my free school community, you can do so at the link down below. It'll take you to this place over here, and you can go to day one accountability, biggest bottlenecks. I want you to cast your vote over here and also say, hey, I've completed day one. This is what I've learned, and this is how I can apply it to my business. So make sure you complete your accountability, because I can't stress how important doing this is. It helps give other people confidence that they are on the same journey as you are. You can network with like-minded individuals. It keeps you accountable to keep you going ahead further along the 7-day business automation challenge. Next up in day 2, we're going to look at the map. What to first? I'm really excited for this, because now we're going to see where the bottlenecks are, where are the friction points that are causing you to waste time and lose accuracy as well. Let's take a look at where we are. We are moving on to day 2. And if we look at our overall roadmap over here, we are doing the 7-day challenge, which is the free course that you're taking right now. We are going to create our first build in these 7 days. Once you have this blueprint, you can go ahead and build whatever microsystem that you want and to automate whatever bottlenecks that you have in your business. Just a reminder that if you feel like this is still too much and you need someone to help you along the way, we have our corporate automation OS or operating system. We'll show you how to automate everything in sales, marketing, finance, intelligence, which we go into analytics, ops, and much, much more. And in all of these systems, we give you access to our premium dashboards that can help you automate most of these things. And in order to operate them, you need to know how they work, how you can take these systems that we have built into your own business and incorporate it there. We also have our mastermind, where we have in-person events, C-suite access, and private support. And if you just want us to do everything for you, you're more than welcome to contact us at the link down below. You can contact me via school in our corporate automation S or the corporate automation hub, which is our free school community, or via email or LinkedIn. You're more than welcome to reach out to me. But most importantly, you can head over to augmentedstartups.com/start. You figure out what are your bottlenecks, what do you need help with, and how we can help do this whole entire process for you. So with that out of the way, I'll see you in day 2. Welcome to day 2 of the Business Automation Challenge. Today, we're going to create the map of what to automate first. This is a very important lecture, because if you miss this, you're not going to know what to automate. Doing the exercise will help you to get a clear picture of what bottlenecks you are experiencing currently in your business, not only by the tasks that you are doing, but also by your team. So before I get started, ensure that you have completed day 0 and day 1. If you haven't, please go back, watch them again, implement those exercises, go over to the Corporate Automation Hub, head over to the 7-day Business Automation Challenge, go into that, ensure that you watch day 0 and day 1, do the accountability exercises, sign that contract to make sure that you hold yourself accountable, and so that you can join this journey with other automators. And then finally do day 1 and make sure you do the day 1 accountability exercise. Right. So let's look at the 4-pillar automation audit. So the first thing when deciding on what to automate first, you need to first decide what is repetitive. What are you doing over and over again? If we look at the Aussies group again, they were copying and pasting into ChatGPT. This was a repetitive process, and they were doing the same thing for another client. Now, just because it was for a different client doesn't mean that you have to use another chat. Between different clients, you probably have the same framework. Client A, client B, client C all have the same sections. You have an introduction, a conclusion, the body, and in the body, bullet points, paragraph, some research, and some web links. That's the structure that's repetitive between all of your clients. Once you have that in place, the client becomes the variable that fits into the equation, and out comes your output that's deterministic, meaning that you get the same output once you have a proper system in place. So look at what you are doing over and over again on a daily basis, Maybe you're creating content. That's a daily repetitive problem that you can solve with automation. It could be seasonal, like tax season. On the 1st of July of every year or every quarter, I want you to pull reports from this database or from this news source, compile it into a report. You can pull the inputs from internal data structures, and then it will output the report. All you have to do is review and add in your human inputs if you want to. Doing budgeting is repetitive. On a monthly basis, you have to do your budget. Creating documents, we mentioned. Creating content, we already mentioned. Getting new leads is repetitive. So if you are in sales, you need a system that can get leads for you automatically, whether that's through cold outreach or having a call center that goes out and calls people through cold calling. There are AI agents that can do that. How effective they are, that's yet to be seen. What is a time suck? What is taking more than 5 hours a week? We can start at 5 hours, then go down to 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, and look at the minutes. If you are creating content like me, I found myself having to take a video, convert it into shorts, and manually creating infographics. I didn't really have a system until now. The system that I put in place now was I insert my video, the video gets transcribed automatically, that transcript gets converted into an article, a carousel, an infographic, as well as multiple short form content. Things that are repetitive may result in being a time suck. How many different tools are you using? If you want to do your budget, do you manually pull the results and export them via CSV from your bank? Do they not have an API? Are you copying it into Claude? If you are using Claude or Copilot, whatever tool you're using, are you exporting that into Google Sheets manually? How much time are you spending prompting, reprompting, and doing that over and over again? How much time is it taking you to drag image A into tool B and to get output C? What's really holding you back? You know at the back of your mind you're wasting a lot of time, or your team is wasting time, or you have a freelancer that's charging you more hours than they should be, and you just don't realize it. I had a freelancer that was charging me $200 per month just to write emails that took literally 10 minutes. Once I found that out, I was like, nope, I'm automating this whole thing. I then went and created my own Chrome extension, which would take my latest LinkedIn or YouTube posts, convert them into an email for which I would then review and send it off. I'm going to show you some of the micro apps that I've created that have helped me save time, as well as many of my other clients. And this will give you some ideas as to what dashboards and micro apps that you can create for your business so that you can automate the bottlenecks that are holding you back. Next is error prone. Where does human error happen in your business? If you have a human in the loop, or just a human that's managing a part of your business, there's a chance that things could go wrong. Depending on who you hire, it could be a high probability of human error or a low probability depending on who you hire. With AI, there's AI error or hallucinations. So I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but if you get it just right, if you know how to design the systems like how I do, you can get that AI error much lower than human error. It doesn't have to be AI. If you're using traditional automation that doesn't use AI, it's more deterministic, and you can get close to zero error depending on how much you test the system. With AI, there's still some variability, and because AI is mostly a black box, there's slightly higher degree, but as the systems improve over time, that error is lower and lower over time. So that's why I started building the systems now. It's not going to be perfect, but if you can go from having no automation to at least 5% automation or 10 or 20% automation, you're saving a lot of time. Sure, you have to manage the tool for now, but that's much better than how it was when you're doing it in chat. And I'm going to go through what this actually looks like. If we had to compare between humans and AI, we can tweak the AI to be much lower than human error. This is something that you can measure also. With humans, it depends on their energy level or what time of year it is. Is there some emotional baggage or are they lazy? With an AI, you can get to a certain accuracy level and you can retrain the AI to get better over time. You want to eliminate as much error as possible because as a company, if you produce anything erroneous, you may risk reputational damage, which can cost a lot. Scalable return on investment or ROI. If you automate it, it pays off as you grow. If we made a document process, instead of 8 hours, it takes 4 hours. Now, the same person can do double the work without having to scale headcount. That's massive. A lot of people don't realize it. When people say they charge X amount and they say, no, this is too much, But when you frame it in terms of return on investment, you say, okay, it's going to cost you $10,000 or $5,000 or maybe $1,000 to this automation. The client will probably say, this is too much. But you can say, okay, it's costing you $500 per day. If you take that amount and compound it over a couple of months, a couple of years, you're going to end up paying way more in the long run if you make a decision now of the process, and you can save that over time. That's money back in your pocket. Whenever you're thinking about automation, don't think I have to spend money to automate this process, or I have to spend the time myself to learn how to automate. By taking the time, you are saving that time, which means you can do other things. Maybe you can relax, go on holiday, or do something more productive that requires your creative output. Imagine it in terms of the payoff. Imagine what you would do if you had an extra $1,000 per month or another 10 to 20 hours per month. What would you do with that time? If you didn't have to babysit your employees, how much stress would that take off out of you? How much peace of mind would you get knowing that the output that you get with your teammates using the AI tools and automations to get much better, more consistent, deterministic output? So when we think about automation and I want you to think about it in those terms. If it hits all four, then those first. Simple as that. We're going to go through an exercise in just a bit where we're going to write down every single thing to find things that we can automate. Now, let's take a look at the 5 levels of AI automation. Level 1 is manual. You are doing everything. You have some tools, but not on the level of advanced AI automation. Level 2, you are assisted. You have an AI that helps you draft documents, emails. It gives you advice, helps you process some data, and then you copy and paste the output. Level 3 is automated. So the tool runs the task on trigger. So this is probably using tools like maybe a Google search to get the latest news, or maybe using the YouTube data API to get data analytics from YouTube, or maybe you pulling data from your CRM to pull a graph that can give you some insight on how your company is working. And this brings us to level 4, which is augmented. So you have AI plus automation work. This brings us to level 4, which we call the augmented state. You have AI plus automation that work together, more or less like the starting of your AI operating system. Finally, we have level 5. We call it autonomous. So you have agents that make decisions and act on their own. So let's take a look at what this actually looks like. So when you're starting out, you are doing all of the work. If you're creating content, you may be going to Adobe Photoshop, you place images. You manually have to trace out yourself, do background subtraction, insert something. That's how things used to be a few years back. Now we go into the assisted level where we have tools like ChatGPT. We needed to draft emails. For our content, we needed to draft a storyboard, and that would save us a lot of time. Let's say that this is 50% and this is 50%. If we go to the automated level, so we've got tools. This could be more or less depending on the tool that you're using. So let's say that we are using maybe Zapier to do some automated tasks for us. It's just taking data from one place and putting it into another place automatically. If someone comments automation on one of my posts, I want the Zap from Zapier to automatically send them a message to say, hey, this is where you can get your free gift. Check out this link, and it'll send them directly there if they do click on it. Or you could have a Python script that automatically removes silences using traditional machine learning techniques to help you make your video editing tasks. The tool can be anything simple. So if I am doing Instagram research, the tool can be maybe Google Sheets, which I can use as a CRM to put in my Instagram reels as links, how many views, get analytics, how many comments they got, and also the script. And then I would have to manually go and extract the script to templatize it, and that would take a lot of time. Now moving on to level 4, the augmented state. We have an AI, we've got the tool, and you. So you are doing much less work than level 2 or level 3. I'm going to make this maybe around about that much. It depends on the tool. Let's envision that you are creating content using Canva. Canva is the tool that can do graphic design. Now you have an AI, it could be Claude, to say, create me an image or an SVG that I can use to promote my 7-day business automation challenge. And this would create instructions that would send it to the tool, and the tool will be able to fulfill that request. So for example, the content dashboard where I was able to send a voice note via Telegram to my OpenClaw agent. This can be Claude or Hermes or whichever AI agent that you have. I was telling it, okay, create me 2 images, 3 videos, and 5 LinkedIn posts and articles on this topic, or maybe create 5 topics, and for each of these topics, create 5 videos, 10 LinkedIn posts, and 5 images, or whatever it is. So you can create very complex requests all in one sentence or one phrase, and your AI can execute them either in parallel, way faster than if you had to do each of those tasks yourself. If you had to manually click all these buttons, it would take a lot of time and put in those prompts, whereas an AI could do that for you. Now, this tool can be anything. It can be a calculator, it can be a web search tool, it can be a CRM or Google Sheets, it can be a Google Doc for report writing, or it can be a custom dashboard or micro app that you create, which we're going to be creating in the upcoming days. You can see that having the tool plus the AI saves you a lot of time. Anywhere between 60 to 70, maybe 80% automated. Now you're probably asking yourself, okay, we've got our AI, we've got a tool, but in level 5, what difference does it make having an AI agent? Well, I'm glad you asked, because this is where the fun happens. You could have multiple tools, multiple AIs, but you can have one agent that manages all of these tools and all of these AI agents. And the agentic process is more like how normal thought happens. So we can have all of these AI tools, and your agent can say, okay, we need to get a particular job done. Do we just use AI tool 1 or AI tool 3? Do we need to implement all of these tools together at the same time, or do we need to do them sequentially? Your AI agent can do that for you autonomously. Why that works is because having maybe 5 to 10 tools, if you have an AI agent like Claude, doesn't matter what you use. Out of the 10 tools, you only need 5 tools to be used. Either they need to be used in sequence or in parallel, or you need to use one first, then use the next. And you can actually try this out. If you go into Claude, you have a whole bunch of connectors. You can activate which ones you want to use. I have one for SGen for generating images, one tool for web search, one tool to push to Vercel, another tool to do competitor analysis, or you can activate all of them and have your AI agent decide which ones to use. Now, if you're using an agent like Hermes, you can install a whole bunch of skills over here. These can be AI tools or normal tools, like having access to your notes, creating GIFs, graphic design skills. I generally have all of these on unless I don't need it, and your AI knows, okay, these are the skills that I have. Let me not use this tool, let me use the other one. The only reason why I would recommend switching some of these off is if you want to save on token usage. So if I want to switch some of them off, it's simple as switching a toggle off. So if we had to look at this entire process, having an AI agent can help you to get anywhere between 70 to 80% automated. And depending on the task, you may even eventually get to 90% if you know what you're doing. Okay, so now let's look at the departments of your AI operating system. These are the common ones that I see that require automation. Some departments could be wiped out maybe in the next few years, but it all depends on the advancements in AI. Just note that I'm not here to debate whether we should get rid of humans entirely to run a business. Humans play an important part in the operation of a business. So it all depends on you as the entrepreneur, business owner, content creator, as to how you want to run your business, what culture you prefer. And if you get rid of some of these mundane tasks, you can have humans do much more creative work rather than doing repetitive time sucking. So with that said, let's take a look at marketing. I've been doing marketing for a long time now. I've worked with a lot of clients. For my own LinkedIn profile, I've managed to accumulate over 1.4 million impressions in the past year, with over 378,000 members reached. And on YouTube, I've reached over 121,000 subscribers. There's a lot that you can do in marketing, and most of it depends on content marketing and lead generation, as well as knowing how to manage social media and getting paid ads to work for you. So now when it comes to content, it was taking me more than 5 hours per day to just create one piece of content. Instead of manually create content in one app and then going to another app, copying and pasting that, and then putting it into social media platform 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. That takes time. That's repetitive. It's time sucking. Sometimes I might write the wrong thing or forget that I need to do a post for that day. That's human error. It depends on your focus. I created this content dashboard, which allows you to generate as many ideas as you want, depending on what you put here in your knowledge base. You can put your ideal client profile or IC. You can also put in your brand content guidelines. Okay, this is my color scheme, my primary colors, how you talk, how you write, tone of voice, style, and so on. Once I had that sorted, every single piece of content that I generated from here on, I was able to create that with the same base system prompt for all of it. So that means you get consistent outputs all the time without having to scroll back over and over again to the top of the chat, find where your image was generated, then scroll back down, find that chat, and then copy and paste that into one tool to another. Everything that happens here happens in one tool. So for example, if I want to generate an image, I can select whichever style preset I want. I can put in my prompt over here or expand it using another set of AI tools, should I wish to make it a bit more detailed, and I can generate images just like this. What's nice is that I can decide what models to use. So if a newer image generation model comes out, which is much better than Google's Nano Banana 2 and GPT Image 2, then I can add it right over here. I've set realism prompts to get the base quality, the camera and lens framing right, the lighting, the texture and detail, color and tone. If you want this prompt, you'll get it in our corporate automation operating system, as well as all of the other micro apps that we offer. Going into video, we can generate a script using any of these AI models. We can establish the amount of scenes that we want. All of this is saved, so if you have to do the same thing over and over again, you can test it much more faster. Choose your animation style, Wallace and Gromit style, anime style, Disney Pixar. If you want to create your own voiceover using 11 Labs, you can do that over here. Okay, you have one tool which can generate images, videos, articles. So if I had to generate an article, it can pull in the same images that I generated earlier on. So you don't have to waste time and tokens or credits having to regenerate the same thing and have 10, 20 different subscriptions in order to be able to get one single output. So this is what my article looks like. If I had to preview it, you can see that it has the base image that we've already created. It has the 4 pillars of audit, your business, finding your business's 50K leak, and it has everything well formatted already because I have told it this is how you should format it. And I can copy and paste it straight into Medium or download it as a document or copy the article if I want to paste it into LinkedIn. And just to show you that I have this LinkedIn Chrome extension over here, when it uploads to Medium, it will automatically copy and paste into LinkedIn since we don't have an API for LinkedIn articles as yet. We have text posts, we can generate hooks and post all of it to social media. I could have different tools to generate each one of these outputs, or I could manually go here, click buttons, get things generated, and that would take me a lot of time. That is why I hooked this up in the backend for Claude and OpenClaw to be able to handle this for me. So by creating my own P server, which we'll go into in the latest, both me and my AI can create content. And if I tell my AI to create content on a daily basis, to come up with different topics, create content for all of those, it'll all be on this dashboard waiting for me to come here. For me having to go into a chat, type it in, scroll all the way up, find the content, copy and paste. In terms of sales, you can make the research part of it. Get highly qualified leads, create personalized outreach messages, and automatically follow up with them, and then insert it back into your CRM or your automated sales funnel. There's a lot of tools out there for sales. So I started off with Tripify, allowing me to message people on LinkedIn. I've managed to get quite a lot of leads from it. But now there's also SendPilot, which I managed to get a lifetime deal for. So instead of me having to create a system from scratch, it makes a lot of sense to use a platform that someone else has tested, and I can use this for my own needs. What's nice is that it also has a content assistant, and you can have API keys should you wish to integrate it with Hermes or OpenClaw to see how many leads did I get today, or how many people opened their messages and read my email. What has helped me, so the system that I built for myself, was more along my sales funnel. So how it works is that I'll create content on YouTube, I'll send them to my school community, for which I acquire their email address, I give them something in return as value, and now I need to take them from school into my CRM, which is on Kajabi. So if you open up this bridge over here from my Jarvis, you can see that it has synced with my school members, and these members are going into my email list on Kajabi, for which I have an automated email sequence. I hope you're starting to get some idea of all of the possible using these technologies. So this CRM syncer sends people from school to Kajabi and allows me to check who has booked a meeting and send them to Google Calendar and mark those specific people as they have booked a meeting, and I should check up on them and find out more about these clients. Other departments you can automate are operations, scheduling, reporting, admin. In Jarvis, I have my AI CFO. This is mock data. I have my AI handling my budget. So I import my transactions. I get my AI to automatically create my budget, for which I can change it how I want to and save it into memory so that when I come back a month from now, I'm able to save more money than I spend. I also have an AI advisor that I can ask questions. And here in South Africa, they had the budget speech, and they said that we have increased the tax-free savings account so that you can now save more tax-free. And this AI went through the latest news and told me that you should save X amount of South African rands into this tax-free savings account so that you can save up for your holiday or have much more money to invest in. It also told me that I'm spending way too much on coffee. So now you can see that each department gets its own micro app, and this is what we're going to look at over the next 6 weeks. This is after the 7-day challenge. If you decide to go deeper and join us in the corporate automation operating system. And just note that the price is at $19. We are going to get rid of the $19 plan. It's going to become $69. We're introducing a brand new tiering system, $67 for the basic classroom and community. Then we're going to have the $299 per month plan, as well as the $1,000 per month mastermind. But back to the departments. We're almost done right now. Now we're going to create our actual audit step by step. This is the practical part of it, and I don't want you to skip on it. I want you to list every single recurring task that you and your team does. There's a worksheet that you can get right over here. Go into Classroom, go into the 7-day challenge, or use this link over here. If you go to day 2, accountability, you'll see day 2, bottleneck, audit and worksheet. Click this to open it up. Score each one, how repetitive, how much time wasting, how much human error, and is it a scalable return on investment? Any task hitting all 4, circle it, and that's going to be your first thing to automate. Write it down, who does it, how often, and how long does it take. This list becomes your automation roadmap for the next 6 weeks. Let's go into this exercise. List your recurring tasks. If your AI already knows about you and you do a lot of tasks with AI, then this should be easy. Use ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, whatever your AI tool is, as well as put in your own tasks and just write them out. So if I had to write a task that's taking a lot of my time, that's repetitive and very recurring, is recording video. Now, if I had to find a solution for this, I would probably use something like HeyGen, which could create an AI avatar, but I'm not really at that point where I want an AI to replace me at the moment. I know a lot of people are having success using AI clones, but I still want to keep that level of authenticity right here. Another task that could be wasting my time is video edit. Currently, if I record an hour-long video like this, I have to manually go through it. Sure, AI can cut repetitions, but it does make mistakes. I'm about 60 to 70% automated, but now I want to get to a point where it requires less intervention from me to do those revisions and corrections so that I can get a 10 to 20% gain. Fill in the rest of it over here. Then we go to the next section, them on the 4 pillars. For each one, is it repetitive? Is it a time suck? Is it prone to human error? If you are at a call center and people are making mistakes on the call, are they sticking to script? Are you recording them so that you can take that recording, put it into a transcriber, and then analyze that transcript? So being able to measure things makes a big difference. This auditing process will take time, but once you do the homework, all of this will become clear, right? So all of the tasks that you have, you put it down here. You say, is it repetitive? So I'll go in and add in some text to say, this is my video editing and also recording. Is it repetitive? I'll put in a little box. I'll put in this thing over here to say, yes, it's repetitive. Does it suck my time? Yes. Is it prone to errors? Yes, definitely, because the AI doesn't give a completely perfect script. The AI output from Descript doesn't give a completely fully edited video. There's still some parts where I have to edit some mistakes, so it's definitely error prone. And if I'm able to scale my video production, if I get it automated, will I be able to scale my return on investment? If I can, in a single click, have my videos automatically edited without me intervening, then definitely it will help me scale my output. So this is a 4 out of 4. I'm going to give this a 4. And for recording, is it repetitive? Yes, I record on a daily basis. Is it a time suck? It takes me a long time to record. It's a great deal of energy to record. Am I prone to errors? Yes, I make a lot of mistakes. And if I have an AI or some way to automate my recording, will it scale my ROI? Definitely. So this will be another 4. Now you can do this for all of your other tasks. And then we go to the next section, which is your number 1 automation target. So answer these 4 questions about that one task. Who does this task today? Is it you, a team member? Does it fall through the cracks? How often does it happen? Daily, weekly, monthly, seasonal? If it's ad hoc, it won't be the first task that you automate. You need to look at the repetitive nature of it. Then how long does it take? Does it take you 1 minute, copying, pasting, to move things from one tool to the other? Does that take you hours, especially at scale? So what goes wrong when it is done by hand? If I'm copying content from one tool to the other, I might copy it into YouTube, but now I get distracted by a video and then I forget that I'm actually doing a task. If you have a system that automatically connects to YouTube, that would get sorted out and you would avoid that. Then you'd eventually avoid doom scrolling. And then what would you do with that time if the task ran by itself? If that person wasn't doing the task anymore, would you get them to do something better? Would they stop bugging you because the AI tool is able to do it autonomously, requiring less input from you? It's like your second brain that's able to help your employees. That means less interruption from your employees to you while you're working on those important tasks. tasks? Or does it mean more time freedom, financial freedom, being able to scale without growing headcount? Whatever it is, write it down. Then we can build your automation map. So rank the rest of the high scoring tasks in order. So priority 1, this is what we're going to build on day 4. You're going to see what we actually need to build. From these tasks, you're going to figure out which ones you're going to rank in order. I'll probably rank video editing as 1, recording as 2, maybe creating proposals as priority. Writing proposals can be priority number 2. Do that exercise and we should be done. Now you have a list of things that you can automate because you've done the hard work of auditing your business. This exercise might take you 10 minutes or might take you 10 hours or maybe even 10 days. The important part is that you and your team sit down and do it. Because if you don't, you'll continue to waste time, money, and resources. The moral of the story, you don't need to automate everything all at once. Do one per week. Maybe stack 5 weeks and you've cleared your 5 biggest bottlenecks in your company. And then finally share this full document in the community. Post your number 1 automation target and tag it as hashtag Day 2 audit. Go into our corporate automation hub, into accountability, look for accountability day 2, bottleneck audit, and go into the comments and post your thing there. If you're not comfortable posting your bottlenecks or your worksheets, just type a summary. As long as you type something to show that you are making progress and show your commitment to the 7-day program is more commitment to yourself so that we can build the systems required to automate these processes. I know we might not have all of the answers right now, but as time goes on with assistance from me or from AI or whoever you may consult with, things will get clearer along the way. Ask any question to me or anyone in this group and community. We will be having a competition. If you fill in all of these automation posts, you stand a chance to win one of the dashboards that we offer in our corporate automation OS. So that's just some incentive. Finally, before we move on to day 3, let's take a look at our roadmap in which we are currently on day 2 of our 7-day journey. Now that we have done the audit so that we can find out where exactly are those bottlenecks, in the next step, we're going to go through the tool stack that we need in order to build the tools that can automate these processes. That's where we'll go into the first build and then we look at the operating system roadmap. If you join the corporate automation operating system, which is weeks 2 to week 6, you're going to get the exact systems and builds for most of the common problems that businesses face, like sales, marketing, finance, intelligence, which is your data analytics and getting useful data that you can act on, as well as ops. You're going to get the operating systems that we offer other companies, but also the ones that I've automated my own business with. You're going to get access to daily calls, the full course, as well as our OS AI. So this is our done with you system. We also have a done for you service in which we build the systems for you. If you've done the audit, then that's great. We can now take that map and help you figure out what to automate and build you a bespoke system to automate that process for you. And then finally, we do have a mastermind. Message me directly for that if you are interested. To access the corporate automation operating system, head over to www.augmentedstartups.com/start. And it'll take you to this page where you can book a free call. I'm excited for day 3, and this is where we're going to start looking at our AI tool stack, all of the tools that we need to build our first business automation. I'll see you in the next lecture. These are the exact tools that I use to automate my business, and none of them require you to write a single line of code. So, welcome back to day 3 of our 7-day business automation challenge. If you haven't already completed days 0, 1, and 2, please go back, complete all of the lectures, fill in those worksheets because they are very important and we'll be using them in the upcoming days. By the end of this lesson, you're going to know the exact stack that you can use to automate just about any business process. So with that said, let's get straight into it. So let's start off with the main stack. The main thing that you're going to need is a coding agent. Now, I know that I said that you will not be writing a single line of code, which is true. You are mostly going to be prompting an AI to be able to code for you. And I do get it. Some of you do not want to touch anything code related or you're not technically inclined. Don't worry. And I want you to stick with me because I'm going to go through everything step by step. If you get lost along the way, you're more than welcome to ask any question in our corporate automation hub, which is a free school community with over 545 members currently. You'll find all of the resources that I've mentioned in this course right over here under the 7-day business automation challenge. And we are currently on day 3. So back to our stack. Now, the main thing that you're going to need is a code builder, a coding agent. This could be Claude or Claude Code. It could be Gemini. It could be Cursor. You can even create this in a low-code visual builder where you can drag and drop blocks to be able to build your automations. There's a ton of these coding agents online. There's so many different models. One do you use? The one that I use is Cursor, and I'm going to show you everything from scratch. But the next thing that you need to know is that you also will need a terminal. Now, if you are on Mac, you press Command space and type in terminal. And if you're on Windows, search for command prompt. So you won't need to worry too much about this, but having a terminal interface really helps. And I'm going to show you exactly how I use it in upcoming lectures and why we use it. Next, we'll need access to or GitHub. This will give you the ability to do version control. So if your agent makes a mistake and you find yourself unable to get out of that coding loop and you just spent a lot of tokens trying to figure out what the problem is, you can revert to the last known version of that code, the one that was last working. It's imperative that you set this up because it acts as a backup for your code. There have been a number of times where I tried to find the code on my desktop and something got corrupted, for which I had to go back and revert back to the last working code. Previously, how I used to do it before I got tech savvy was I used to take the whole folder, zip it, and then save the zip onto another hard drive. That not only costs space on your hard drive, but also it's a manual process for which the time accumulates and can compound over time. You can either go to Claude under Claude Code and tell it install Git for me, and it will do that automatically. Or if you have Cursor or Claude inside, you can just run Claude. I'm using this command to skip all of my permissions. If you open this, it'll open up a simple field similar to what we have here. So you can either do it here, and if you're a bit more tech savvy, you can do it here in terminal as well. So for those starting out, I'm going to do it here in Claude. Install Git for me, and make sure you go to GitHub.com and sign up for a free account over here. Now, don't worry if you feel like we're going a bit too fast. The main thing is that you have Claude, which I have already installed here, or you can install Cursor, like I have over here. So you're asking yourself, do I install Cursor or do I install Claude? Because they both have a $20 per month subscription. I just want to pay for the main one that I'm focusing on. So I would say download Cursor because it's a powerful code builder which allows you to use just about any model that you want. So with Claude, you are stuck with the Claude models. And I'm going to show you how to set this up in just a bit. For now, let me continue with the rest of the stack. Next, we need a place where we can deploy our micro apps. You can deploy it locally, known as localhost. It will be available on your local network. So if you ask what is my IP address of my computer, and then it will give you a port number for which you can access your web server. And then that's basically the website that you can take and copy and paste it into any browser, whether it's on your phone, tablet, or computer. You can access that website locally. This is especially important if you want that security. I host some of my websites online if I want to access it outside of my network, but the majority of my micro apps I launch locally because I'm the only one using it, and I don't see myself using it outside of my own network. Also, what's nice is that I can take these micro apps and run it either on my local computer, like I have a MacBook Pro over here, but I also have an M4 Mac Mini, which is the server that I run 24/7, and it's quite robust compared to all of my other computers that I have. Next, you'll need a database, a place to store your data. Now, the mistake that I made was I used to host everything locally, but now if something happens to my laptop, God forbid, I wouldn't want that data to be obliterated, vanished. But it's good to have a database that's secure, robust, and can be accessed wherever you need it. So on how important this data must be, if you're just generating ad hoc content, you can run it on a local convex database. More on convex in just a bit. There's also Superbase that you can use. And if you have secure enough servers and hard drives and data redundancy, then you're more than welcome to host it all locally, which means that you don't pay for this database, which means that you trust your infrastructure, or you're just generating ad hoc data. Now, there have been circumstances where I had to host my database in the cloud. So you can host it on Superbase or Convex, means that my data is secure. If anything happens to my local networks, I know that my data is not compromised, it's backed up. And what's nice with these online database platforms is that you can run these cloud functions that can execute certain commands for you. They call it serverless, which means that you don't really need a backend system to run these functions. And we'll go into the full stack in just a bit. What a front end is, what is a backend, an API, MCP. I'll go into all of that in just a bit. And speaking of API keys, this is the connection that makes automations real. And for those who don't know what an API is, you can think of it as a connection between your app and the outside world. So if I want to connect my laptop with this cable, I connect it from here using the USB protocol, or let's call it an API, and this would go into my laptop. I now have a connection between my laptop and my phone. Likewise, if you want to get information from your email, you'd probably have an API to Google Cloud. You'd feed in the documentation into your AI app to be able to figure out what API calls you can make, and then you'll be able to pull in data from Gmail into your app for whatever process that you want to run. In order for APIs to work, you need a secure key. The key allows you to authenticate which user is using that account. The API keys you can think of as an access code, for which once you authenticate with that API on that specific platform, you'll then be able to communicate with that provider. Now let's take a look at our AI Builder Toolkit. We'll need to get the API keys for some of these, and I'll go through each one in a bit and what they do. For some of them, we can access them via an MCP server. I'll explain what MCP is in just a bit. So you can choose any one of these links to get started, but this is a link list of all of the tools that I use. We already spoke about Cursor and Claude, and full disclaimer, some of these are referral links. So if you choose to click on them, I will earn credits or get remunerated for the referral. You're more than welcome to either click on these links or go to Google, search for these keywords and download it there. But if you do, I'd really appreciate it. I do get a commission for some of them. Just putting that out there to ensure we maintain your trust. Getting back to the toolkit, we have builders, we have AI models, our database, we've got various tools that we can use, and we've got transcription. I want you to click on this link over here, which will take you to this page, and you can download it either for macOS or Windows or whichever platform you are on. If you prefer using Claude, you can click on this link, and it should take you to this page for which you can try Claude for free with limited access to some of its functions. Now, when it comes to the AI builders, I'm currently on the $200 per month plan with Cursor, mainly because of the number of automations that I'm building for both me and my clients. For Claude, I'm only on the $20 per month plan. But if you choose to not use Claude, you're more than welcome to go into Google, type in Hermes Agent Desktop, and download the desktop app. Over here, it says download for macOS. So I'm going to go into Hermes in just a bit, but this is just to build your awareness of what it is. And then later on, we'll go into what it can do and why you should use it. Okay, so next we have the AI models. The AI models are the large language models that you'll use for your micro apps. Sure, you can use Cursor for building out the app, but these AI models are more for the app-specific tasks that you need to do. So if you're building specific agents that can do certain processes, we can get an OpenAI GPT 5.5 or 5.6 API. We'll get the API key online from their developer platform, and I'll show you in day 4 on how we insert these keys directly into our micro apps. So if you want to build a chatbot, do an AI automated process. So you can decide on your preferred vendor for AI models. Is it OpenAI? Do you like Claude models? Do you like Gemini models? Or do you love experimenting with open models, which you can find on OpenRouter? OpenRouter gives you access to over thousands of large language models like DeepSeek version 4, GLM 5.2 or greater, Minimax M3, and a whole lot more. If you worry about not knowing which model to use, don't worry, we're going to be covering it soon. Okay, next we go into database. You can use Superbase or Convex, like we mentioned earlier. If you click on this link, you can create a free account here with Convex. You don't need to pay anything. It's only once you start hitting the limits, which are quite generous, for which you'll start paying maybe $25 per month. So far, with all of the apps that I've been building, I haven't hit those limits as yet. And even if you do hit those limits, you can ask AI to reduce your usage so that you can get the most out of it. There's also tools like Firecrawl and Apify, which are scrapers. I typically use these if I need to get information from websites that are blocked by bots. You can also use Perplexity for deep research. I haven't mentioned it here, but that's another option. These are just some of them, but there's also Tavily, which you can use for traditional web search. Yes, which is great for scraping the internet, getting information, which you can think of as a very advanced Google search for your AI agents. I also use Esgen for image and video generation. This is particularly useful if you are creating websites in which you need images and videos for. We spoke about Vercel. You only need Vercel, like I mentioned, if you have a public-facing app. So if you want other people to use your app, you would host it on Vercel. You can even get a free domain. Make sure that once it goes public, you'll need authentication on this website. Otherwise, anyone will be able to find and use your website. So if you have an AI agent that's running on there, other people will be able to use your API keys, thus racking up your AI bill. I've had that happen to me once where a company in Turkey was using my content generation app and I did have authentication on it, but it wasn't a strong form of authentication. But since then, I've notified my AI of the breach and managed to sort out the issue. Now, if you are really concerned about security, I would build out my app, get all of the functionality working, and once you have everything in place, take your app to a cybersecurity specialist to be able to secure your app and refine your background security. There's also this for video editing. I have a full video in my school community. I found it really useful for getting my videos out sooner. I don't have to hire video editors anymore, but Descript, like any other tools, has its flaws, which is why I created my own video editing AI tool that works much better than Descript and I can get the job done faster. There's also SendPilot, which I only use for cold outreach. There was a lifetime deal on AppSumo, so instead of paying Dripify $75 per month for this, to do cold outreach on LinkedIn, I just replaced it with SendPilot and I have lifetime ownership of it. Now, when it comes to creating your app, you want to give as much context as you can so that the system creating your micro app will have the exact specification that it needs to build out the full workflow. And sometimes in order to get that context out, it's better to speak it rather than typing it, because we can speak faster than we can. I use Voice Inc, which runs on my computer. I can speak into my microphone and within a split second, it'll transcribe it with great accuracy. There's also Whisper if you are on other platforms like mobile and Windows. Click the link down below to join my Corporate Automation Hub free community. Head over to Classroom, 7-Day Business Automation Challenge, and on day 3, you'll see the full tool stack with full clickable links to get access to all of these tools. You'll also get access to the worksheet and accountability posts right here in the school community as well. Okay, so now we get to the more exciting part on how do we exactly automate a bottleneck. So if you did the exercises from day 0 all the way to day 2, you'll know exactly which bottlenecks you need to automate. You already know how you do the process because you or your teammates have been doing this process over and over again. But now we just need to translate that process into an automated process. And this is how we do it. So first up, we have our input. The input could be someone gives you data. You take that data, you process it and create a report. That is the output. This process can be anything. It could be a human doing the process. It could be an AI agent. It could be a fully automated process. And that's our goal. So normally we need that input to go into the process. And once we process that input, we need to then transfer it to the output. Normally this is easy. Someone tells you they want content. It could be a video, image. Either they'll send it to you via email or they'll come to you in person with a note saying, generate me this image that we'll use for our next marketing campaign. So that is a person that's giving you the input and you take that input and then process it as the output. So this transmitting process is probably you with the image and you go to your colleague and hand it back to them saying, here is the image, do whatever you need to do with it. That's where the API and MCP allows you. If you want to automate this process, you can have access to an API or MCP server where your output would be the social media platform. If you are creating content, your colleague will probably send you an email or they'd fill out a form. That form would send via an API or MCP to the processor, and using another API endpoint or MCP process or API, your social media image would then be transmitted to the output, which is the social media platform like YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram, or maybe all of them together. So this is the communication channel that allows your input to be transferred to the processor and then to the output. Simple enough. Hope it's making sense. If it's not, comment down below and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So I've already covered some examples, but in this case where you have data, you send that data via API, your AI agent processes it, and you can send it out to your dashboard to be displayed to you and your team. You also could get information in any form. It could be audio, video, text. That information gets sent to your processor and out comes a report that you can send to your boss, your client. You also could get an idea, which could come from a brain. Maybe instead of API or MCP, you'd probably use Voice Inc or Whisperflow to speak it to the computer. That would automatically get processed and output would be a return prompt or a full interactive micro app that we can use to automate our processes. Now, instead of process, I should have called it processor. So the processor has access to a database. This database allows us to store data. Now you could store it as a local JSON in a Google Cloud. in a spreadsheet, in a convex or super-based database. It could be local, it could be online. It's very important that you have a database because it allows you to keep track of all of the data that you are working with. If you don't have a database and if you refresh the page, all of the data will get lost. You can store it in local storage, but if you're working with large amounts of data, especially video and images, as well as large PDFs, things can get very messy very fast. And if you don't understand how it works, then you will also get lost. And when you're running the process, it might work the first 2 or 3 times, but when you take it into production, it might break. So having a database is super important. We want to give our process access to tools. If you're working with AI agents, instead of having the AI agent having to calculate everything through its own neural networks, you can give it access to a tool such as a calculator. So you'll take the input, which is the stuff that you need to calculate, maybe 5 plus 5. It could process it using its neural networks, but you'll be wasting tokens. Instead, it'll go into the calculator tool to calculate it, return that result, and then out comes 10 to the output, which can be displayed on your dashboard, report, or content. There are other tools that you can give it, which can also work via API or MCP. For example, here in Claude, I have connectors. You can think of them as tools. So I would give in my input, which is my prompt. It would decide which tool to use for any given purpose, or you can manually deactivate the tools that you want to be used. So I'll go through some of the connectors and tools that we have. I have Exa, which gives me access to web search tools. I have Figma to create graphic design specific designs. I can integrate with GitHub for version control, Gmail, Google Calendar, and Google Drive for the full Google workspace, so that if I have any important emails, it can help sort those things out. If I have an important meeting, it will help me prepare for that meeting. If I need to reference my meeting minutes, as well as my email conversations with a particular client, it can then take the two of them and help me prepare for that meeting ahead of time using the Google Calendar integration. I have Homey, which I use for home automation, Kajabi, which is my CRM, for which I can send out emails to my email list, Mercury, to check and manage my finances, Notion, this is where I keep my knowledge base as well as manage my thoughts, SGen we spoke about earlier, which I'm using for image and video generation. This is pretty useful to have because Claude doesn't have native image and video generation included in it. So it's good to have this MCP server, especially if you're going to generate using Google Standard Banana or GPT Image 2. I have Temly for web search, Vercel to publish my micro apps into production, which will make this website open to the public. You can see I've also given it access to some of my micro apps, so you can decide whether you want to set this up in Claude or Hermes. We'll go through more of that in just a bit. So this allows me to do competitor analysis because I have this micro app running in the background and I'm able to do competitor analysis at any time. I also have Claude in Chrome in case I want Claude to control some of my desktop processes. This is useful if you don't have access to an API. Social media platforms like LinkedIn and Kajabi don't have a clear API for you to do some automation tasks. So if I want to comment on someone's post automatically, maybe if they comment automation, I will send them a free gift. Instead of me having to manually type, thanks for commenting on my post. I see you commented automation. Here is the link to your free gift. I can just tell Claude, okay, for this post, respond to all of my comments and it will get done. That's just the tip of the iceberg. But I prefer to have much more deterministic. So I would manually code a micro app to be able to do this process so that it works much more reliably. If you do it that way, you also save on tokens because you're not using AI or a large language model. You could probably just do this using normal robotic process automation or RPA. And then finally, I also have Firecrawl, which I can use to scrape different websites. Now, this is what an automation looks like in N8N. N8N was really popular last year in 2025. What was nice about it was that it was a visual builder. So you can build various agents using this drag and drop interface, and it made things really intuitive. But the problem with it is that you had to manually go and dragging all of these blocks, which was a bit cumbersome. But I do understand you have the N8N AI that can help you build it out. But I found that building these automations takes a lot of time, and you can't do a lot of front-end stuff that I normally would build myself. This gives a very nice visualization of how a typical AI automation would work. This AI agent is the processor. It doesn't have to be an AI. It could be a normal Python script. It could be a code that converts one input into another output. So this is the input where a user would submit something on a form that would go into the AI agent. You can choose whatever AI models you want to use, and this one has the Claude model from Anthropic. It has access to a database using a Postgres chat memory. If you're not doing anything that intensive, you could skip out on this memory and take it straight to the output. For small processes, you don't need a database. You can just process it on the fly. But if you're working with large amounts of data, having a database is crucial. And you have access to a whole bunch of other tools. Like I mentioned in my Claude setup, I have access to Excel, competitor analysis tools, generating images via SGen, and much more. The user will submit some piece of data. The AI using the Claude model would process it from Jira as well as Microsoft Entra ID. It saves that result into memory, so it has that stored for future conversations. And then output would decide, okay, is a manager, for this particular process, they want to know, okay, is this user a manager? And this AI was able to make that decision and give an output as true or false. This is just a specific block so that you can separate the chat, so that you can format the chat response into a simple true or false statement, for which it would then go into Slack to say add channel or update a profile. If we look at how data is transferred, N8N has their own internal protocols for how they transfer data from here to here and from here to there and all over the place. So that's the underlying framework that comes with N8N. Claude has its own, but for anything outside of the Claude or Cursor ecosystem, you would need access to it via API. Some people drag and drop, some people copy and paste, but it's preferable if you use APIs or MCPs. Speaking of APIs and MCPs, let's take a look at what is the difference between an API and an MCP server. So API stands for Application Programming Interface, right? So I want you to think of an API like a plug, right? There's so many different plugs. Back in the days, there wasn't a standard. Back in the days, there was various different ports. There was a serial port, an HDMI port, a VGA port, a power port, different speaker cables, different speaker configurations. So many, right? Now, if you want to connect a speaker cable into the speaker port, but now the speaker port only accepts a single pin, you won't be able to make that connection. So how API works is that you have different cables, and these cables get routed to your business app or database. So you'd have one cable for sending client details. You'd have another one for getting database information, another one for getting your client report, another one for connecting to the cloud, another one to get customer data, send email, update an order, receive customer data, and so on. Typically, if you want to use an API, you probably would do this inside something like Claude Cowork, which is able to implement these APIs. I made that mistake of when I tried to do this inside of Claude, I just wasn't able to do that. But instead, Claude has the ability to implement MCPs, which means in your usual Claude chat, and this would also work in Copilot and ChatGPT, more in the Codex app, to use the Model Context Protocol or MCP to be able to talk to an MCP server that can then talk to a customer database, inventory system, email service, CRM tools, database, and the AI asks what tools are available and it discovers how to use these tools and adapt them instantly. With APIs, you have to give full documentation. This is the API calls, this is how you use them, and if you get an error, this is what you must do. It was pretty messy for AIs to handle that. I thought I could just use APIs and get away with it. But after I learned about MCP, everything changed. You can think of an MCP like a USB cable. We can use USB cable for just about anything. We can use it to connect different devices. This microphone over here via USB-C for sound, as a video cable to my monitor, to charge devices. It's universal. So the AI model connects to this MCP server. You can have multiple MCP servers, and it's dynamic and adaptable. Here's another image to explain more on MCP. So we can think of these different MCP servers as USB cables that plug into our USB port, which is also our Model Context Protocol. So we can plug in either the old USB cable over here. This connects to our local data. It also enables computer usage on this local computer if I enabled it to. I also have different MCP servers for maybe Google Calendar, my Gmail, Slack, you name it. There's a lot of integrations out there and this that you can connect to. And if they don't have official connectors on Claude or in Cursor, you can always Google them to say, maybe does Monday.com have an MCP server, or does Unreal Engine or Unity have MCP servers for which I can connect them to Claude or Cursor. And then you have your MCP clients that manages how things get sent to your AI models, and then the MCP hosts. That's ChatGPT, Cursor, or Claude. So now you have an idea of how your AIs can communicate with the outside world. Now, before we get into building our actual micro apps, you need to understand the fundamentals of how things work. So we have our front-end app, for which a user, that could be either your client or your employee or even you, interact with this dashboard. It can be a website, it can be a mobile app, it can be a dashboard like I mentioned, and that would be hosted on a web server. This would traditionally be either local if you prefer to have it run locally, or in the cloud via Vercel. There are other hosting platforms, and normally you can run all of that on your web server. But if you're doing very complex tasks where you need access to a graphics card for calculations or gaming or processing cryptocurrency, you would most likely send it to an application server or your backend server. This would run all of these massive calculations and specialized libraries that would not be able to normally run on a web server. Once you have that, you can send all of the data back to your database. Now, your backend can also contain your authentication. So that's your user login and registering that would send it to the database. Or in some cases, I've seen some applications where the database is able to communicate with both the web server and the backend, depending on the latency and managing all of those processes. But it's better to have the backend managing it so that you can manage how users and passwords and authentication gets routed. If it's sounding a bit overwhelming, don't worry. If you have any questions, don't forget to comment down below. I read through and answer all of my comments. In some cases, you should be able to bypass the application server and go straight to the database. Now, this is, as I've mentioned, if you're running serverless functions, where your database would run these cloud functions that are directly linked to the database. I did this for my school to Kajabi CRM, in which I don't have any backends because you normally have to pay for the backend service. And I ran it as a serverless function on Convex Cloud, which would automatically run a function to pull my automations from school, get all of the people's emails from there, and then transfer it to my Kajabi CRM. What's nice is that I have a front end for which I can visualize that all of this data is going through and a database for me to monitor this automation. We'll definitely go through some examples very soon. Now let's get into the practical full setup of our agent. This is where things are going to start getting a bit more deeper, but don't worry, we're going to do it all step by step. All right, the first thing we're going to do is install our coding agent. I'm going to show you how we do this in terminal. We're going to sign up for a GitHub account and connect our project to there. We're going to create our very first project folder. This becomes your micro app home. We're going to connect at least one API key. It could be OpenAI or Claude. I'll show you how to do that. We're going to put our API keys into a .file or .environment file. Make sure you do not push this to Git because any keys that are pushed to GitHub are public. You can set your Git repo to be private, but at some point, if you do make this repo public, you run the risk of exposing your API keys. So rather put it as an env file and set it to git ignore, which I'll show you in a bit. Then we're going to run a command to confirm that everything's working and everything talks to each other. Let's go into Cursor. If you haven't already, go into Cursor. You can search Google for it or click on the link that I've provided. Click here and get started. You can even download it straight. Download Cursor for macOS. Now, because I already have it installed, you're going to look for Cursor and let's run it. Okay, so when you get into Cursor, you probably want to be on one of the plans. If I go into settings, I can open up my Cursor account. Under billing and invoices, you can look at what plan you are. I recommend starting off with the $20 per month plan and increase if you do see your demand increasing. Over here, you can see the included usage. So you get access to all of these API keys. I think this shows some of my usage as well. So I've used Claude Opus 4.7 quite a lot. I've used GPT 5.5 as well as Gemini 3.5 Flash. I used Claude Opus 4.8 Thinking High, which was a big mistake because for this amount of usage, I'm only getting 66 million tokens, whereas if I use the other models, I'm able to get much more higher token usage. There's also GLM 5.2, which I don't pay because I'm paying that separately through Open Router. So far, with Minimax, I've only paid a single dollar for around 57 million tokens, which is quite impressive. But obviously, Minimax is not as a strong model as Claude Opus 4.8. GLM 5.2 is a bit more expensive, just so that, and you can see your usage over here. All right, if you have decided on a plan, you can now go and open up a project. I normally save all my AI projects in a folder called dev under documents. I pin it over here. I'm just going to go into this folder called small projects and create a new one called test automation and click create. You're going to open it and you'll typically see this sort of arrangement. Now, if you're using Cursor at a later stage, it'll probably take you directly to this agents window over here, in which you have all of your AI projects open here, which means that you can work on multiple projects at the same time. I prefer not doing it this way. I like working on one project at a time. So that's why I'm in this interface. This pane over here is where you create all of your files. So if I create a file over here, let's call it test.md, which is a markdown file. If you say hello, I can be like, hi, my name is, I can be like, hi, my name is Kanjee from Augmented AI. So you can press Command or Control and S to save. If you don't do that, it won't save and your AI won't know what's happening. Over here is where you can view your code or files. Whenever your AI creates code, you can select them through here and it'll appear over there. If you right click, you can reveal in Finder. So as you can see, I'm in dev test underscore, we see test.md. Whatever you see over here will appear over there. So let's just rename this to business automation.md. Make sure when you do work with files, you ensure that they do not have a space. So we use an underscore. It's just good coding practice. If you click on here, you can find whatever files that you want. Over here, we have our Git repository. We can initialize the repository and then we can make a backup or use it for revision or for version control. So I'm just going to say initial push. So we can commit. And if you have your GitHub set up already, you can publish branch to GitHub. You can leave it like this where you have version control locally. But if you want a non-local backup, it's best to push it to GitHub. Also, Vercel connects to GitHub, which means that whatever changes you push to GitHub, Vercel will automatically deploy from GitHub. I'll explain more of that at a later stage. Now we have this agent window over here for which we can create our apps through natural language. We have a whole bunch of models here from Claude Opus 4.8. You'll be able to edit your context window. The higher the effort means it's going to spend a lot of time thinking through the problem before trying to solve it and act on it. But it will also mean that you'll spend a lot more tokens in order to generate your app. There's also the ultra high Fable model that's quite controversial right now. We've got Gemini 3.5 Flash, and I've got other models that I've included from Open Router. We can go over to add models. We can select which models we want or don't want. The Composer 2.5 model is pretty good, which means I'm using this especially when I run out of my credits. If I go plan and usage, you can see I've maxed out on my on-demand credits. So sad. And if I scroll down, you can see that I still have a lot of credits to use on Composer. So if you ever run out or if you want to do small tasks, select Composer 2.5. It's basically a Kimi K 2.5 model on the back end. Now you can either speak using voice input, but I use voice ink that you can see down here. So whatever I say will get displayed over there if I push the hotkey, and there we go. Within an instant, it's there. We also have the terminal over here. If you want to run an app, you can run certain commands. We can type D for present working directory. You can see we are in the right directory. You can type CD to change directory if we do have a directory to change to. In most cases, you won't be doing any coding or typing of commands here, but it's good to know and have access to the terminal whenever you need it. In some cases, you want to start your app, but you don't want to keep on prompting the AI and using up credits for just initiating your server. A lot of time, you'll just type npm run dev. But because I don't have any apps installed or anything that I'm working on, you won't see anything there. And if something doesn't work, or if you want to have something installed, you can just tell AI install npm if already installed, then upgrade to the latest version, install node.js and Python if already installed. I'm just going to say Python, install it in an isolate environment, and then press enter. So what happens here is that it will install all of the things for you. So you don't need to go into the terminal and install every single package yourself. This AI will go and install everything itself. And it'll tell you what it's actually doing. It'll tell you, okay, we have this Python installed, we've got Homebrew installed, we've got all of these things already installed. So for me, I'm sorted. For you, if you run into any problems, just ask AI and it'll fix it automatically for you. This is a very simple problem for you to fix, so it shouldn't be a problem. But if you do encounter any problems, then definitely leave a comment in our community, whether you're in the Corporate Automation Hub or our Corporate Automation operating system. This will tell you everything that's happening. And as you can see, I haven't touched a single line of code. Everything is installed. It told me these are all of the libraries that I need and have. It'll tell me, okay, these are the commands that you can take. So I can copy this and paste it right over there. And there I've got my environment set up. I can deactivate it if I want. I can install different packages and also check what versions of Node.js am I running. So I can paste all of that and run it. You can see I'm running version 25. And then I can also see my virtual environment over here. And now we can start adding our API keys. So now I'm going to create a new file, call it dot, and I can say open API key. As you can see, we have an autocomplete that's built into Cursor. I'm also using CodeTypers, which helps me to use a local model to do autocomplete as well. So if I just press tab, you can see that this gets, and don't forget to say command or control save. And now you can go and search for your OpenAI API key. Now there's many tutorials online. You can even ask AI, how do I get my OpenAI API key? You would normally go to developer or Claude developer or Gemini developer. You can search for it online. Click here for API platform. Go to the API dashboard. Log in with your account details. Click over here for API keys. Create a new API key. Let's call this Cursor so we can track that it's coming from Cursor. Create secret key. Copy this. Make sure that you save it somewhere. Maybe create a new note that's locked under security, locked under authentication, where you can copy all of your API keys. If you do close this, there's a chance that you may not be able to access this API key again unless you delete and then create a new secret key. So make sure you save it somewhere so that you can use it. So I'm just going to go and paste it over here. I'm just using this as my API key for now, but this is not my real API key. Make sure you save that. And now you can close it. Now to add it to git ignore, we would look for our git ignore. Then just say .env. This has my API keys. Remember that. And what's nice about Cursor is that if you're working on a specific file, you can just take the file and drag it over here. And then it has much more local context on what you are actually working on. Okay, so let's check. We have another ignore. So it has all of these things that is already added. So you don't have to worry about them. So if you make a mistake, AI has got your back. Okay, so we installed our coding agent. We've opened up terminal. We've signed into GitHub. I haven't shown this, but there should be plenty of tutorials on how to sign into GitHub. I've shown you how to connect your project folder. We created our first project, and this becomes the home of our micro app. We've connected one or more API keys. I would recommend adding all of our API keys from here so that you have it for future. And this end file, you can take it and put it into another project if you wish, so that when we start working on our automations, you have it all there ready. Okay, so we're not going to build any automations now in today because we've covered a lot already. So let's go through how do we actually talk to a coding agent, because this is important. And in day 4, we're going to start building our first automation. You don't need to know how to code. All that I've done was prompting in natural language. You need to be specific. What do you want? Do you want to handle a file or folder? What is the expected result? Give AI the exact specification of what you want. You can be as vague as you want, which would give more vague results. But if you have a well thought out project, you'll have a much more detailed output, which means much less post-editing once the initial build has been completed. You want to start off in plan mode to create the exact specifications and then switch to agent mode for implementation. Let's go to a new agent over here. You can see that we have different modes: agent mode, plan mode, debug mode, multitask, and ask. Typically, I use agent mode and plan mode the most. So when starting off, you'll use plan mode. Or if you're introducing a brand new feature that is a bit complex, you'd use plan mode. So this would create a detailed specification for how to implement the thing. So if I'm working on a plan, it will also work from that MD file. It'll be a checklist, how you execute it, the tools we're going to use, the API keys, the architecture, the steps, and the exact sequence of how you should implement it. Once it has that plan, you have a much better chance of success. Try and give as much context as possible. If you have a specification document, provide Cursor with that. A specification document is typically what a client would give to you, or you would give to your tech department to say, hey, we want this. It must work like this. This is when it will work, and this is how it should operate, and this is what I want done, the entire goal. You can obviously ask any sort of AI for the specification based on your requirements and needs. If you're not sure how it will be done, you can ask AI to plan and do some research beforehand to come up with different solutions on how to automate those processes. So if you're not sure how to connect to Microsoft or Google Cloud, you can ask AI to help you with those things. And there's plenty of tutorials online should you wish to do that yourself. But we'll come to the integrations problem at a later stage. Like I mentioned, you can use a specification document. You can also speak to AI with Voice-Inc and Whisperflow, because you can speak faster than you can type. I normally find myself giving much more additional context that's relevant. Some people ramble on, but when I'm able to speak, I'm able to express myself a bit more than if I were to type it with my hands. And I have links to both Voice-Inc and Whisperflow in our school community at the link down below. Generally, while starting out, ask for one change at a time. Smaller steps are much easier to review and less chance of your code breaking. That's from my experience. If you're working on different features, you can have one tab over here focusing on maybe the front end, have another tab open for the back end, one for the UI and UX design. And mainly because they don't really conflict with each other, you can run it in parallel. But sometimes you may have one agent that doesn't know what the other agent's doing. If they're working on the same file together, you might get the file that could be corrupt if they're both working on it together. It's a low probability of that, but that's something to be aware of. And you might have some errors in your code for which could have been avoided. Also, if you're not sure how something works, ask the request explanations. Explain what this code does before running it. So if you're not sure what's happening, you can ask AI for full transparency. It'll tell you what it's doing, why it's doing it, and why you should care if you do want that. Treat it like a junior developer. Give it clear instructions and check the work. From my experience, I only had to check if the output was working. You can get AI to run tests before you check that it's working because doing the work is very expensive, whereas an AI can do it much faster and reiterate if something is not working. So I would tell Cursor, whatever test that you run, put all of your tests in this folder called tests. Any documents that you create, let's put it in documents or docs. Sometimes AI tends to create a lot of documentation which consumes a lot of tokens. I told my AI via cursor.md to not create documentation because I just want a summary of everything. Only if I do need documentation, then I'll tell it to create. Don't worry about cursor.md right now. Cursor.md is where you put all of your rules if you are working on projects on an ongoing basis. I love minimal design. Always use this UI UX skill when designing websites. Always use ShadCN. Create my apps in React. It's basically a universal specification that you use across all your projects. Cool. So now you're probably wondering which AI models should I use. Now I'm going to give you my Cursor model cheat sheet absolutely free. So for plan mode, where you want to think before you code, I use Claude Opus 4.8. It's best for architectural and complex reasoning. I also use GPT 5.5 and upcoming 5.6, which is a solid alternative when Opus gets a bit too pricey. There's the agent and composer mode, which is the multi-file or autonomous runs. So if I'm changing one or two things, it requires maybe running 2 to 10 files. I use Cursor Composer, which we have very generous limits. And like I mentioned, I use this especially when I ran out of my own hard limits. And I've used my main usage limits that come with the $200 per month plan. They do have an on-demand pay-as-you-go option, but that means you have to spend extra money beyond your existing budget. There's GPT 5.5, a reliable workhorse for long runs, especially when the smaller models can't do the task. Just note that Cursor Composer is not a strong model as GPT 5.5 and Claude Opus 4.6, so it will make mistakes and take longer time to get things working. But if you want to spend a little more and be a bit more productive, use the more top-tier models. For incremental fixes, I use Claude Sonnet 4.6, which is reliable and cost-effective. Gemini 3.5 Flash is fast and cheap and good for repetitive changes, but it's a little bit of a wild card where in some cases it might not work, but it's definitely a strong model to use. And on occasions, I also use Gemini 3.1 Pro. I'm still waiting for the Gemini 3.5 Pro model to come out. For bug fixes, Claude Sonnet 4.6 is quite good. We have the Gemini 3.1 Pro, which is competitive, but really underestimated. And Credit Saver is good for boilerplate, scaffolding, and renaming. So this you would use your Cursor Composer 2.5, or you can run local models on your computer should you have the hardware capability. So if you just want to make minor changes, but you don't want to spend any credits through Cursor, then you can use local models via Ollama Studio. You can use maybe a Gemma 4 model, which is really good, Qwen 3.7 Coda, as well as DeepSeek version 4. So these run on your computer, which means you don't spend anything on tokens. But that doesn't mean that you're not spending anything at all. You're spending money on electricity to convert that into tokens. There's always a cost. And don't forget the hardware that you're running it on. That's an upfront cost. So the rule is use Claude for big decisions and big changes, Claude Sonnet and GPT 5.5 for reliable execution, Flash and open models for cheap and fast iterations. And this includes the Cursor Composer 2.5. So when it breaks, you should know that errors are normal. They're all part of the process and not a failure. I've had so many places where my AI would break, but I would spend some time working with the AI to be able to solve these problems. And then you can switch to debugging mode to debug faster and get transparency as to why things are breaking. I would ascend to more powerful models should the need arise. I would start off with Composer 2.5, then move to Claude Sonnet 4.6 or GPT 5.5. maybe try some Gemini models as well, and then Claude Opus 4.6, Claude Opus 4.8 or later. If I'm really struggling to solve this problem, I would sacrifice those tokens so that I can get the work done sooner. Because the sooner you can start automating, the sooner you can start saving money, time, and reduce on human error. Copy the full error message and then give it to your agent, screenshot it, or have an ability to copy from the console or wherever the error message is popping up. Copy that into your agent and tell it to solve it. 9 out of 10 times, it generally solves this at first go. Ask what caused this and how do we fix it. If it's stuck, undo the last change and then try in smaller steps. Make sure that you save working versions via GitHub using revision control so that if something breaks completely, you can always roll back and then solve those problems. The main thing is that you want to make sure that you don't break the entire app. Maybe test a different version or maybe test different capabilities as you progress. And of course, if you still struggle and things are just not working out, you are more than welcome to join our corporate automation OS at this link, www.school.com/augmented AI/augmented AI automations/about. I'll have a link down below where you can join. You can ask questions here in the community. We have a very vibrant community and you'll have access to all of our operating system automations right over here. Now, before we end off, let's take a look briefly at the command center. So this is the brain that will sit just above your micro apps. I like Hermes because I can link it to Telegram. So no matter where I am, I can control Hermes and get information from all of the micro apps that I own. Also, Hermes sits locally on my Mac Mini. I can use local resources on my computer, save skills, and get it to do anything that I want. So you can think of Hermes or Claude as the brain that connects the micro apps. You can also have another layer above, which I have Javas that gives me access to tools. It uses MCP to connect with micro apps, and I can ask any question via voice or via chat. I've also predefined buttons to communicate with these apps. If I want to see my coffee spent for last month, I can just click this button. It'll speak to the budgeting AI CFO app, and it'll tell me more or less how much I've spent. I can also check how many hooks that I need. It'll open up those different bridges. Typically, all of my business art that I've created, I will be putting it here in our corporate automation OS. So you can take them and use them in your own company or business. I spent a lot of tokens, a lot of time refining it based on what I've seen with my clients as well as in my own business. And like I mentioned, we can use this to command our AI remotely via Telegram or have it scheduled. So instead of me having to prompt every day, okay, get me content for this or research that project, it will automatically go and research at that particular time, generate that content, and have it ready for me whenever I need it. So it's more proactive AI rather than you having to do the manual work. And finally, let's take a look at our roadmap. We are currently here on our 7-day automation challenge. We are on day 3 out of 7. We are making some really great progress. We are on the verge of building our very first micro app. It's going to get real. We're shifting your mindset. We're going to build our very first automation using nothing but pure natural language in Cursor. We've learned the difference between APIs and MCPs and how our inputs get processed by the processor. It can be an AI agent, it can be normal code, and for which we get our output. Like I've mentioned, we go deep into all of this in our corporate automation operating system. That happens in week 2 all the way to week 6. We'll go into sales and marketing OS, finance OS, intelligence OS for data analysis, ops OS, and we also have our mastermind. If you're interested in this mastermind, definitely comment down below and I'll get in contact with you. What's nice about our corporate automation OS is that you'll get access to daily calls with me and my team. You'll get the full course as well as all of the automations that we provide, as well as all of the dashboards, micro apps, and brain that I use to operate my business autonomously. And I've helped my clients automate up to 80% of their current processes. Should you decide that this is too much and that you just want us to automate everything for you, that's perfectly okay. You can go to www.augmentedstartups.com/start, which will take you directly to the screen over here where you can book a free call with me. Cool. Now we're going to be heading into day 4 where we're going to build our first real automation. I hope you're excited. And as always, head over to day 3 accountability. I'll have a post here where you can mark that you've completed this lecture. I'll also have a worksheet for you to fill in to test what you've learned. Make sure that you post it back here in the community under accountability. This will ensure that you keep to your contract, that you made to yourself, that you are making progress, and you can share that with the community and with me to see how you are growing. And if you need help along the way, I'm more than happy to help. With that said, I'll see you in day 4. Watch what happens when I put in this prompt into Cursor and it builds me a full lead finder from scratch. So welcome to day 4 of the 7-day business automation challenge, where I'm going to take you from prompting with AI to building your very first full automation that can help you to automate business processes up to 80%. Today, we're going to build a light lead finder from scratch, and I'm going to take you step by step on how to do this. And the best part is that we don't need any code. So before we get started, make sure you join the Corporate Automation Hub, which is our free community. And in our classroom, you'll find the 7-day business automation challenge right over here. And make sure that you have completed days 0 to all the way to day 3. Otherwise, all of this won't make any sense. Also, another important step is that you fill in your accountability sheets over here. We have one for day 0, for day 1. Click on these posts and say where you are currently with your current automations. If you've completed it, mark it as yes. Do all of the exercises that I've specified in this course so far. Alright, so without further ado, let's get started. Today, we're going to build, like I mentioned, a light lead finder. This is going to be a tiny little app that scrapes and imports leads automatically. Now, why did we choose a lead finder as our first app? Well, because a lot of businesses struggle with getting leads. If you have a high demand of leads, then obviously you would build something else. But from the clients that we've worked with, the majority of them require leads. So how this app will work is that we will have an input field where we define our ideal customer. So if we look in terms of AI automation, for my business, I'm looking for CEOs, operators, content creators, solopreneurs, and automators in the business setting. I'll look for them in my location, maybe South Africa. The size, we'll probably specify anywhere between 10 to 50 people. Maybe we'll target small to medium businesses where they want to scale, but they can't without increasing headcount. So what we want to do is we want to go find these businesses using this lead finder, for which I'll go and message them using cold outreach techniques. And we're going to get Cursor to build the app to pull these leads into a simple list. So all of the data that comes out of this lead finder, we're going to put it into a table which has basic filters and has fields like name, email, their phone numbers, and maybe even their website. So this depends on the tools that we use and what they're capable of. In most instances, we are able to get some of these details. The output can either go to a spreadsheet or it can go into a dashboard view. Now, the dashboard view we're going to cover in day 5. For now, we're just going to cover most of the back-end processes where we have our input, which is our ideal customer criteria, and the output is all of the leads that we acquire. Now, let's take a look at the anatomy of a micro app. Like I mentioned, we have the front end. So this is the simple interface that you and your team or even your clients interact with. The back end is the logic that processes the data and also runs tasks. A lot of people run their processes on the front end, but if the front end is not active, if you want to generate an image and then you either refresh the page or you close the page, come back, that image or video that got generated wouldn't be there. Whereas if you have a backend, that backend runs the process of generating the image, takes it and stores it into the database. And then when you refresh the page or open your front end again, you'll be able to see the exact image or video that got generated. And this is particularly useful if you are doing long running tasks, which takes us back to the database. So this is where your leads and records and results are stored. And we'll go into detail as to how to set up this database with all of the various tools and platforms that are out there. You can store it in the cloud or you can store it locally on your computer. There's pros and cons to both. And then we have integrations. Connections, like we mentioned in the previous day, where we have APIs that can connect to other third-party tools. We have MCPs where our AI agent can connect also to these other tools and platforms. And this is basically computer science 101. But just note that each micro app that we build is small, but they all snap together into our AI OS or AI operating system. Once you understand these fundamentals, building an app will be simple. And like we mentioned in the previous day, we have front end, which our user interacts with. So the user can be a client. For example, if I want to get leads, I would interact with this front end. I would push some buttons or set a schedule so I can get leads automatically. That would then get pushed to the web server. The web server is where the front end would be running. Typically, we would host it either locally or if you want it public facing, we would push it to the cloud. I typically use Vercel, which has really generous limits. So you can have as many websites or web servers as you want. and you only pay once you have reached their usage limits. So this can be hosted locally or on your computer. For now, we're just going to host it locally on this computer, which is simple and safe. Depending on how we build our application, the application server can sit on the backend. If you know how to interface with the database, you can have just a web server, cut out the backend, and run serverless functions that run on your database, like Convex Cloud, as well as Superbase. I think AppWrite also does that, and that allows you to cut out the entire backend. Because if you are hosting an application, normally you would host this on Vercel, and this part you would host on AWS or Google Cloud or Azure. I use it on fly.io. But getting a Vercel system to interface with a AWS system, it takes a lot of understanding to set it up. Obviously, there's AI that can help us out on that, but I prefer to have everything running on Vercel and having serverless functions because it's much easier to bypass it. On the other hand, it's better to have a backend if you want to have secure user authentication, run different types of apps, anything computationally intensive like image processing, then I highly recommend that you have a backend server. Right now, what's nice about running everything locally is that your computer can be both the front-end web server as well as the back-end application server. Make sure that you have two separate folders so that when you're committing them to deployment, it's much more easier. You can get AI to help you with this whole process. And if AI is not helping you, then you're more than welcome to get tailored help in our corporate automation library, where you can post a comment saying, hey, I want to deploy this to production. Please, can you help me out? What should I do? And either me or our members will come in and help you out. That's some background knowledge that you need to know about the backend versus the front end. We can run all of it locally, including the database. So all of this, the front end and back end, can sit on our computer while we are playing around with it, debugging it, testing it. But when it comes time to production, you can host everything locally on your own servers. And in a nutshell, you can deploy it to the cloud. Okay, so now before we build our app, we first need to define the problem. What is the problem that we are actually trying to solve? Without knowing the problem, you'll just develop an app that nobody will use. And that is why on day 0, we filled in this accountability sheet right over here, in which we're going through the situation, the problem, as well as the implications. So this is where you'll take the sheet where you've established the problem. I want you to keep this on hand because we're going to use it to generate our specification document. Currently, the problem that we're facing is that it's taking us, or maybe our clients, 5 hours a week to find leads manually. This is one of the tasks that we helped Resolute Robotics with. They had to find leads all over Africa for large schooling groups, but because there's just so many schools and schooling groups out there, it was a long, manual and tedious process. And then we go to number 2. What does the inputs, process, and outputs look like? Remember, in our previous days, we covered this whole diagram where I gave you examples of what inputs are, what the process is that you can put into the processor, what are the outputs, what tools do you need a database or not? And if you don't know, you're more than welcome to ask for it. Then we're going to step 3, which is map your connection. How does everything connect? Do the inputs feed the tools, or the tools process the data? Where does the output land? Does it go into your dashboard? Do we print it in terminal? Is it verbally spoken to us? What does it look like? Write it down. Then we're going to take the problem. What does the inputs and outputs look like? We're going to map the connections. So we're going to say the connections are, we're going to feed in our ideal client profile, their names, the size of the company, their revenue that we're looking for, certain keywords. Those are our inputs. Then we take our inputs, we feed it into the processor, in which it will use a bunch of tools. It could be Exa, it could be Perplexity, it could be Firecrawl, it could be traditional web search, or it could even be a human in the loop. In other words, doing it manually. Okay, so enough joking around. The outputs would be, how do we want the data to be displayed? Do we want it on a dashboard? Do we want it printed out on paper? But for our app, we'll put it in a dashboard that can be beautifully displayed. Once you have done this, put it into AI and it'll give you a specification document similar to this. I've already done this for you guys. To save you some time, head over to the Corporate Automation Hub or the Corporate Automation Library. Under the 7-day Business Automation Challenge, you'll go down to day 4, and over here you'll find the Lead Finder specification. This is the specification document that we're going to feed into Cursor, which will give our functional requirements of how to build this app. I've provided it in PDF format because it's much easier for us to visualize. For AI, it's better to tell it to generate a dot file or a markdown file, which is much easier for AI to read. So we've got our AI lead finder. Build a lead generation system that runs while you sleep. So this document is your complete reference for the AI finder for day 4 and covers every screen of the app, how the APIs connect under the hood, and what tool to use alongside the video to build it at your own pace. Okay, so what are we building? We're building a single web page that runs locally on our computer. It's clean, dark, minimal for our ideal client. the app is screen by screen. We have our input in which we put our industry, job title, role, location, company size, and find leads. One large purple button. Okay, then we have our loading state. Okay, the system is working. The API is running in the background. And then how do we want our output to look like? We'll have screen 3 where it shows our results dashboard. So it shows all of the different rows of companies, context, location, why they match, the pain score, sources, and then saves them all to a local database. And then we can also save leads tab where we have the people that we found. This is an example, how the APIs connect. So the user folds in a form. We have our tools like Exa that hunts the web for matching companies and context in real time. Perplexity can enrich each result, get recent news as well as the pain signals. We can use OpenAI or Claude to score each of the leads, write why they match the summary, and can also craft our outreach email. And then we save it to a local JSON file. JSON is a good format for storing small pieces of data. And with this, you're not going to have any database cost, no configuration. We're making it super simple for you guys. And then we can have a dashboard which renders our score leads, and it's ready for us to save or to take action immediately. So currently we have Exa, which is the hunter. We have a generous free tier of 1,000 searches a month. Perplexity, you can sign up for free, but you'll need to put in around $10 of credits just so that we can use its functionality. It has different models like Sona, Sona Pro, Sona Deep Researcher. So the more details you want, the more it's going to cost because it's going to do more research for you on your behalf. And then we have Claude or OpenAI, which scores the leads and writes summaries and outreach emails. And we've got our local JSON database, which you don't have to worry about. Okay, so we're going to build this across day 4 and 5, right? So right now, we're going to build just the backend part, the functionality of this app. Sure, we can tell Cursor to build this entire app with the backend and front end all in one go. But I want to take you step by step to show you what does the backend look like. And then we can go into the front end, which will be in day 5, where we can give it full focus rather than focusing on everything in one go. And in day 6, I'll show you how to optimize this process so that it becomes seamless for you. And if you worry about code, don't worry, I'll clarify everything for you. And if you have any questions, definitely comment down below. And like I mentioned, we have the corporate automation operating system, which you can get at this link, where you get all of our pre-built micro apps, daily calls, and a system that can run business without you. So now that we have our initial specification, let's head over to Cursor where we can build our app. I hope you're excited. I know I am. Okay, so we are here in Cursor. I've got an empty project, basically the one that we set up in the last lecture. I'm going to go ahead and find that lead finder document that we downloaded and paste it over here. Give it explicit instructions not to build the front end for me. Build an AI lead finder. We'll do this in Python. Do not build the front end. We're going to do everything via terminal, and you will use Python for the backend and the main coding script. Use a whole bunch of API keys. I'll feed you all of the API keys that we need in a .env file. Do not build the front end. See the attached document of the inputs, what process needs to happen, and the outputs. If you're missing any pieces of data, please let me know. Think about the menu system that we will use via terminal. Keep it simple and minimalistic. Do not give us too many options, or if we do not select anything, it will select the default, which you have stored locally. Outputs will be saved into a JSON, and I want you to also export it as a CSV for us to visualize. Cool, so that is the prompt that we're going to be using. As you can see, I've used my voice to be able to dictate what I want, which I can give much more context rather than typing it out. Or you can take this prompt, put it into AI to build a better specification for you, and then you can put it into Cursor if you are pedantic about being perfect. Okay, so I'm going to use Composer 2.5 Fast. You're more than welcome to choose whichever model you want. First, like I mentioned, we're going to start off in plan mode. So this is going to build a plan specification for us rather than going straight into the build. You get better results doing this and a higher chance of things working out if you have a plan that AI can follow. Otherwise, if you do iterate on it, it may not follow the plan. Okay, so make sure you have our PDF over here. You've got the prompt over here, and let's go. While AI is doing its thing, I'm going to paste in all of my API keys. So create a .env file, right? And we're going to have an API key for OpenAI, Exa, Perplexity, Anthropic. Yeah, that looks about right. If you look back at our specification, I'm happy with what we have. I think we've covered all of the API keys that we need. If you haven't already, go back to the previous day to get the links to all of these tools that we are using, or go to our 7-day business automation challenge, click on day 3, click on any one of these links to get access to these API keys. If you're not sure, ask AI or find a YouTube video that shows you how to get the OpenRoute API key or the Claude API key, make sure that you press Command or Control and save to save your API keys. I'm going to go ahead and fill in my API keys and close this. I'm not going to be showing them because if they're exposed, it means that anyone else can have access to my OpenAI accounts. So for best practices, do not share your API keys with anyone, especially those you do not trust, and do not put it into AI to do it for you. I have done it myself. But after you've done testing it, make sure you delete those old API keys and create new ones and insert it into this .env file. Okay, so it's asking me which LLM do you want to score the leads with. I'm going to say Claude only. For save leads, how many terminal managements do you want? I'll say minimal and continue. I'm going to quickly populate my environmental variables. Okay, so now our plan has been built. Let's check it out. So now we have our Python AI lead finder, which will work in terminal. This gives us the context. The day 4 PDF defines a 4-field ICP input and a 3-step API pipeline. We will not use any port or JS frontend or JavaScript. Our choices are to use Claude first and fall back to OpenAI and save the leads in a minimal autosave JSON plus CSV export. This is what the file layout will be. So what's nice is that in this plan, it's defining all of the files that we're going to need and what the functions of each of the files will be. You won't need to go into any of these files and code manually because AI is going to handle everything for you. So main.py is the script that will orchestrate all of these other scripts. Config.py will load the environmental variables or .pipeline that will orchestrate the 3 steps. There's 3 services files, one for enrichment with Perplexity, and one to qualify the leads using our OpenAI or Claude. This storage.py shows how to append leads to JSON. We also show how to export them to CSV. We've got our defaults that we store as well, and leads. Requirements.txt stores all of the dependencies required to run this library. So this is what the terminal menu would look like. It's nice that this thing came up with a menu system as well. If you didn't do this, it would probably just give you random stuff. So you can approve what must your menu look like. So I'm going to say AI lead finder for Augmented AI. So it will find leads. We're going to look for people in financial services, the head of operations, location here in South Africa, company size between 51 to 200, and it's going to search these amount of leads. We look at the progress lines. When it's busy doing its thing, it'll tell us it's busy with this, searching the web or qualifying the leads or generating context summaries. And then we go to the API pipeline where it's per lead batch. It's going to go through step 1 with Exa the hunter, step 2 the researcher and Claude or OpenAI the qualifier. This is the JSON format that it will output. So this just tells you that, okay, this is company in the type string. String basically means a sequence of characters or words. So it's going to store it as a text field. Same with all of these, whereas pain score will be a number or integer like 1, 2, or 3. We can determine what that scale looks like out of 5 or out of 10. And same with outreach email. Then we look at our data schema, which is the structure of our JSON that we have. So we've got our ID, the company name, contact name, title, location, and so on. This is what our CSV will look like. And each row will have the company name, the contact name, the title, location, and so on. It will auto run after each successful find. These are the environmental variables that we've just created right now. The only thing we didn't do is this part, which our AI will automatically include. And it shows some of the dependencies that we have, which is exa-py, Entropic, and OpenAI. Python.env will allow us to read the .env file and reference it. And this also shows us how to run it after we have successfully built it. What is out of scope by design is our WebI or React frontend. We're not going to have a lead status pipeline. We're not going to use Convex or any cloud databases because we're storing it all locally. Now, there are risks involved where Exa may not return the name context. So if we do a search and Exa doesn't give us what we want, that's going to be a problem. There's also going to be API cost latencies. So if we're getting 10 leads, this would probably mean 1 Exa call or up to 10 Perplexity and LLM calls. So the progress will keep us in the loop while that happens. And also we might get JSON parse failures from the large language model. So large language model outputs a string of text. We need that string of text to be formatted in a particular structure, more specifically in JSON format, like we've seen earlier over here. And if we don't get that, we might get an error. But hopefully our AI will mitigate these risks so that when the large language model outputs that, we'll ensure that the structure that we get from the large language model works. Now, because we're using Claude Sonnet 4.6, we have a higher probability of this working. Whereas if you use a very lower end model, it may not do this successfully all the time. So just keep that in mind. All right, so with that said, I think we are ready to build. I'm going to click one button and let's go for it. This process might take anywhere between 2 to 5 minutes. So grab a coffee and I'll see you in a bit. Okay, our app is ready. Now we just need to copy these commands over here. I'm just going to do it manually. We can tell AI to run it for us, but I'm just going to copy and paste so that you know for future how do commands actually run. So this one here is basically we're changing our directory into the exact working directory that we're working in. Even though I changed it, it's still showing the exact working directory because I was in the same folder. Then we're going to activate our virtual environment. So this is the one that we have over here. We're going to change it to that one. And having a separate environment helps keep all of the packages in one container. So if we have to run different apps, the packages from this environment do not interact with the packages from the other environment. So it's completely isolated in case there are clashes. And also if things are working in one container, we don't have to worry about upgrading it in another container and it breaking in the other one. So we're just going to copy and paste this command over there. And now you can see that it shows that we are in that virtual environment called .vn. Then we're going to say pip install requirements.txt. So this is all of the dependencies that we need for our app to run. So currently it seems that all of this has been already installed for us. Let's go ahead and try python main.py. Cool. So as you can see, the app is running. I know it looks very minimal at this moment. So I'm just going to bring this up right here. Actually, let's just go Control and C to exit the app. And let's type in clear. Cool. Now let's rerun python main.py. So it's nice and clean. Cool. So this is AI lead finder. You can see that this is the menu that we have. Now we can type in 1 to find leads, 2 to export CSV, or 3 to quit. I'm going to type in 1 to find leads. Which industry do we want to target? Let's type in financial services. I'm just going to press enter. Job title. Let's go for senior managers. Location, South Africa. I'm just going to press enter. Company size. Let's type 51 to maybe 1,000. I'm just going to press enter. Number of leads. Let's maybe look for 20 leads. Okay, now it's searching for those leads. While it's getting those leads, I want to draw your attention to how this actually works. We are creating the backend server over here. This is mostly the backend stuff. We can use these exact same scripts with our front end, build our backend and have it work with the front end. Or we can build these functions into the front end and just save it to the backend if we wanted to. It all depends on the architecture that you are comfortable with. When we build our front end on top of this, we'll have a separate folder called front end, or we can package all of this into a backend folder. So we have front end folder and backend folder, which will keep us organized. So it's getting quite a few leads right over here. And if you want to find out exactly how it's working, you can put in some debugging probes to say, okay, what's coming out of Exa? Okay, from Exa, how are these leads enriched using Perplexity? And then from there, how are our leads processed with our large language models? So you can have full traceability across the board. So stage 1, it found all of these candidates. We enriched them with Perplexity, and now it's generating summaries and outreach messages for all of these. That is pretty cool. I can't wait till we put this into an actual dashboard. And you can see how simple it was. We just told AI this is what we want. It could have told us which tools to use, but based on my experience, I know what Exa is good for, I know what Perplexity is good for, as well as where to use large language models and which models to use. That comes with experience working with these tools, but also you can learn more in our corporate automation as where we go deeper into all of these tools, as well as how you can get the highest impact from these tools. Cool. So since our app is done, I'm going to go ahead and export leads with this choice of number 2 over there. And as you can see, our leads have been exported to this directory. You can click over here, press command and click, or control and click if you're on Windows. And look at that. Wow, this is pretty cool. I'm going to click on this and open with numbers. You can open it up in Excel or Google Sheets. Cool. So we have all of our leads over here from all of the top financial services. So it says why there's a match. It says this is the of a major South African financial service institution with direct responsibility for digital transformation. It's given me the source URL for this guy. It has even given me a really good outreach email. I can customize this based on my cold outreach strategies. It found at this date and time, from this industry, this role, location, and company size. Now, the only thing that I am missing from here is the email. So for that, I'll tell it to also get us the email as well as the LinkedIn URL to their personal profiles. So if I want to make that change, it's simple as typing or speaking the prompt. Okay, this is great, but please add in or include their email addresses as well as their LinkedIn URL or link. So I just press enter and let it do its thing. I'm not going to wait for it to complete. Let's just finish off this lesson. You can customize it how you'd like it to be. So congrats, you have built your very first automation. You can see instead of spending 5 hours finding all of these leads, it took us literally minutes. So you can run it on your first 10 leads. We got 20, which is even better. You can review the output. Does it capture well? What do you need? So we found that it requires emails and our LinkedIn URLs. So it captures all of the information correctly. Now just just note that it's great that we got all of these leads, but it's good to review all of these leads to ensure that they are verified and are legit, because the last thing you want to do is email leads that do not exist. So like I mentioned, this is your first real automation win, and it's not just a demo. You actually built something without having to code. Sure, there were some technicalities along the way, but once you get used to it, it becomes much more easier. Look at that. You now have a reusable tool that you can use over and over again. You can just tweak the parameters and find the exact leads that you want. Cool. So we built one small app. The app doesn't look like an app in the traditional sense with the UI, but according to traditional meaning, it is an application which you can run and it performs an automation. We built it and it's working and it's now in your hands. If you find this amazing, I would really appreciate a comment down below as to which leads would you look at, and also tell me how do you feel having built your very first app. So looking back at our roadmap, right now we are on day 4 where we have created our very first automation build. And this is basically without having to know any code at all. While I do understand Python, I do not understand all of the other frameworks. I could review the code if I want more transparency and try to understand it and work with AI to give me some advice on how the coding works. But for now, I'm looking at mostly the outputs, and the output is working. That's obviously after you've reviewed the leads. Now, if you've loved this lecture, give it a thumbs up, because in day 5, we're going to build a full dashboard around this lead finder app to make it a bit more visual, a bit more intuitive, make it such that anyone, whether it's your client or anyone in your company, can use this app rather than having to go into the terminal all the time. If you want to go deeper into building these sorts of apps and becoming a bit more advanced, you're more than welcome to check out our corporate automation OS, where we go deep into all of these systems like sales OS, marketing OS, finance OS, intelligence and data analytics, or even business intelligence systems. In week 6, we cover ops OS, and all of these you can find at the link down below at www.augmentedstartups.com/start, where it'll take you to this page where you can book a free call with me. Or if you want to get straight into it, search for the corporate automation OS on School and sign up right over here. Cool. So now before we dive into day 5, where we're going to build a custom dashboard around our lead finder app, go to the 7-day business automation challenge in our classroom. Head down over here to accountability. You can click here on day 4, and now you can fill out where you are in your automation journey. So if you've built your first automation, you can click over here and leave a comment as to how you found this first experience. Did you struggle to get it running? Was it intuitive? Did you manage to build it with ease and you're really excited for the next part of the journey? Write it all over here. And yeah, with that said, I'll see you in day 5. I'm going to show you how to build a professional business dashboard with a single prompt for your automations. So welcome back to day 5 of the 7-day business automation challenge, where I'm going to be taking you from chatting with ChatGPT all the way to building your very own automations that can automate up to 80% of your business processes. So in day 4, we built our very first automation, which is a light lead finder. It scrapes the web, finds leads for you, and gives you a nice spreadsheet with their emails and LinkedIn URLs. So this automation works really well. It's not something that we can deploy internally or sell to clients. Why? Mainly because it needs a front end or a user interface to make it a bit more user-friendly. And that's what we'll be covering in today's lesson on how to convert your automation into a dashboard or a micro app that fits into the broader AI OS that we can use to operate our business. So this is why dashboards beat prompting. So currently we have a script that runs once and the output disappears into the terminal log, or if you cancel the terminal, it goes away completely. It's a good thing that we save it as a CSV so that we can take all of our leads and contact them one by one. Dashboards gives you a live user-friendly view that you can check at any time. Having it as a front end gives you the ability to use it just about anywhere. If you host it in the cloud, all of your employees, if you host it on-prem, then just about anyone in your company can access it and can make your sales team's lives much more easier. So when we design this in terminal, you have to know what commands to put in, how to operate it, which is a bit too technical, right? We want to get to the non-technical level as much as possible. So we want to make sure that this automation is available to non-technical teammates so that they can use the dashboard and not have to operate a script. And the beauty of dashboards is that you can make your data visual. You can add in charts, tables, summaries. You can have an AI chatbot to help you come up with personalized emails for each of these leads, and you can view your progress over time. So like I mentioned, today we're going to be turning our lead finder into something that we can see. So just to reiterate our stack, we have now worked on the back end mostly, and now we're going to work on this part, which is the front end, the visual part of it. We're going to be building both the web server and the front end, because sure, you can have the front end, but if it's not hosted somewhere, either on your computer or on Vercel, you won't really be able able to use it. And we're also going to be focusing a little bit on the database because we want to be able to access all of the data that we scrape, whether we close or refresh our front-end app. The mistake that I made when starting out was I used to do everything on the front end. I didn't have a database, and when I refreshed the page, all of the information would disappear. So having a database allows our data to persist, and it also makes it much easier to maintain and to modify. So if I want to take all of these leads and maybe enrich them with a bit more information, or go through each of the leads, find out what are their pain points, create personalized emails and messages for them, we can do all of that once they're stored as a database. Now let's go a bit deeper into the dashboard and how do we actually build one. So I'm going to cover a little bit of theory now, and towards the end of this lesson, we're going to dive deep into Cursor and we're going to build out this dashboard for our lead finder app that we've built in the last lesson. So just a reminder, if you are new to this video, to make sure that you go back and cover all of the previous days because we cover a lot of the groundwork there. You can find the full 7-day business automation challenge over here at school.com/corporate automation hub with dashes in between. Head over to Classroom. Over here, you'll find the very first course called the 7-Day Business Automation Challenge. Click on it. We have days 0 all the way to day 5, which I'm currently recording right now. As you recall, the last lesson, we had this lead finder specification, which we built out, and I showed you exactly how we built the backend side of it, which is the main automation that brings a lot of value. But now we need to take that value and that automation and now make it a bit more presentable. And that's what we're going to be doing in day 5. I'll have a PDF of all of the prompts that I used today. So make sure you sign up. It's completely for free. And if you are part of the corporate automation operating system, you'll find it over here in Classroom under the same course over here. What's different compared to the corporate automation hub is that you have access to all of my other operating systems and micro apps right over here, from sales to marketing, productivity, ops, and much more. I'll go into more of that later on, but for now, let's see how we're going to plan this out. Right, so first we're going to ask Cursor to add a simple dashboard page with the following 3 requirements. Now we have the functional requirements, which we already got and implemented in day 4. And this was from that specification document that I showed you earlier. So this tells our AI coding agent like Cursor or Claude code, what must the app do? Later on, we're going to be covering how must the data be displayed. So currently we're displaying it or using a third-party app like Excel, Google Sheets, or Numbers to display it as a CSV. But that's not good enough because now we have another app that we have to use which disrupts our workflow. We want it all displayed in one single dashboard. Then we have the aesthetic requirements. How must it look? What are the colors? What are the fonts? Are there going to be buttons? Are there going to be tables? Do you want filtering for the tables? If you already have your corporate identity or branding guidelines, this shouldn't be a problem. You can just take your branding guidelines document and throw it into Cursor. I'm going to be showing you exactly the prompts that I use. If you stick with me till the end of this lesson, I'm going to show you the exact skills and prompts that I use to generate beautiful dashboards that do not look like AI slop. And then we have the technological requirements. Are we going to use Python or HTML or CSS, JavaScript, React? Are we going to use a database? And if so, which one? Now, if you remember from day 4, we coded everything in Python, which is fine. We can even use Node.js. We can also build the entire app within our front end with React and Node.js. And that would allow us a more simplified design that we can just push to Vercel or even operate it locally, depending on your requirements. But we're going to do the traditional approach where we have the back end and the front end and we link to the database. You don't have to worry too much because our AI will handle everything. If you don't understand what's the best stack to use, you can ask AI or post your questions in the community at the link down below. I'm going to show you exactly how we're going to do this step by step in this lesson. After we have all of that, we're going to run it locally and view it in our browser, which means that we're going to create a very simple web app. Now we could create a native desktop app like for Mac or Windows, for Android or iOS, but those are a bit more extreme. Having a web app allows us to use it universally, whether we are on desktop or mobile, tablets, you name it. But if you feel like that native experience, you're more than welcome to go a step further once you complete it with this course to say, okay, we've built this beautiful dashboard. Now let's put it into an iOS app and it must run on Mac, an iPad, or run on Android. But just note that those come with their own technological complexities as well. Not to say that AI can't help you, but you'll probably consume much more tokens to get that up and ready compared to a traditional web app. And like I mentioned, my goal is to get you to build your very first automation as quick as possible. So we're going to keep it simple using a web app with our backend and our database. This is our dashboard prompt cheat sheet. I'll have this in our school community with all of the slides. Step 1 is we're going to insert our functional requirements document. We already did this in day 4. If you haven't, then make sure that you download it here under day 4. So you get the lead finder specification and drag it here into Cursor. Now we're going to get into this part in just a bit. Functional requirements, we need 2 tabs. It must be above the fold. There'll be a table where we can store leads and view them. Functionality for lead sorting, searching, graphs to show the daily lead captures over time. Then we have our technological requirements. We're going to tell Cursor that we want it in React with Node.js. Where necessary, we've got our Python backend and we want a convex database. I noticed that the local convex database was a bit slow, so I decided to opt in for a local JSON for one of the apps that I've built. But when I use Convex Cloud, it was much faster. So because we're working with small data, we can even store it in a local JSON. But we'll go into databases in just a bit, and you can make your choice regarding that. Then we have our aesthetics. So we're going to tell Cursor to create a dashboard using shared CN for UI components. Shared CN, if you don't already know, instead of having AI decide how to code a button, it will pull in the button component already, and that will save a lot of time and tokens in creating your dashboard. So if you want an element for graph, instead of the AI having to figure out, okay, this is how we're going to code this graph, it's not going to get that graph element or card right. Whereas if you pull it from shared CN, it's a library that we can just pull different components and then build upon that. So we save, that makes our lives much more simpler. It'll get you to your prototype as fast as possible. There are other libraries that you can use instead for UI components, but shared CN works fairly well. So we're going to say we want a black and white minimal theme, modern font, and maybe we can add in a simple accent color, which is my brand color, which is this color over here. And there's numerous other ways that we can style up our dashboard. You can make it as simple or as fancy as you want, and AI can implement it. Right, that brings us now to how do we save our data? And now there's various ways we can. So right now, data lives only in memory or in a temporary file. So once we cancel our app, our automation can't access that memory again unless we have a reference file like a CSV, or we store it in a database and we can retrieve it from there. But we need to make sure that our database is easy to access and we can access it quite fast. Some databases are slower than others. If we store it locally, it's much more faster to access. Or if we have fast internet connection and we want data reliability, we can send it and store it in the cloud. And yeah, we can ask Cursor using the various models that we have to add a simple database. I'm not sure if you've heard of any of these terms like SQL or SQLite. People call it also SQL. And this is a great start for creating a simple database. So every lead that you find gets saved permanently and it's not lost on restart or refresh of the app. And this is the foundation that every future micro app will be built on. Eventually, you could have a central database where everything lives on. You have different micro apps that contribute to different tables within your database. And then we will get our orchestrate to talk to different micro apps. And if they need to get data from one app to another app, they can either cross communicate between agents or they can access the central database. So that's the difference between building a set of micro apps versus building an ecosystem, for which we call our AI operating system. Do you see where I'm getting at? We want to keep an endpoint in mind where we want our business to operate in a space where not only are the departments working well themselves, but also there's cross-departmental communication that can allow your business to operate much smoother. So let's take a look at some of the technologies. This is simply to make you aware of what's out there. We can use a JSON file to store all of our data. I would typically use the JSON format because it's quite fast and for data that I wouldn't want to use more than a day old. So for example, I created this content repurposing app where I post in my transcript and it gets turned into YouTube titles, post for my free and paid school. It gets converted into an email that I can send out and I can click this button and it will send it straight to Kajabi, a WhatsApp message, as well as an infographic prompt that I can turn into an image. Now, when I generate this data, once I publish all of this to social media, I have no use for it. I do not need to use these posts ever again. So that's why I'm storing them as a JSON, which is fast and lightweight. But if I decided for whatever reason that I want to keep these posts longer than a day, maybe 30 days, I would store them in a proper database, make sure that I don't lose them. I could use Superbase or Convex. There's also SQLite, there's SQL, there's also MongoDB. So these are the database technologies and formats, but you do get corresponding cloud providers, and some of them have generous free tiers like Convex, which I've been using quite a bit. What's nice is that within Cursor, you can have MCP servers that talk to Convex and Superbase. so that AI handles all of the schemas and operations to your database. Whereas before you had to manually create all of that and set it up. I had to manually do this in n8n and it was laborious. You can store all of it in Firebase, and there's another platform called Pocketbase. Firebase is by Google, so if you want to store it on Google Cloud. There's many other cloud providers. There's also AWS, there's Azure. AWS and Azure have their own database platforms. And I'm not going to go too much in the technicalities over here because you can take all of these technologies and formats, put into AI and say, for this particular automation that I'm building, which is the best technology and which is the best platform for me to use. Then it'll come back and say, rather use JSON format for doing short-term generations. But if you need to keep your data for long-term research, like I am doing here in my Instagram researcher tool, you can see that I need to keep this data longer than 30 days. This tool allows me to add in different Instagram reels, automatically extracts all of the views, likes and comments, as well as the hook, and then using a local AI model, which means that I don't pay anything, to take these hooks and templatize them. So this hook was things you didn't know you could do using Claude. So I could have that as a template, things you didn't know you could do using Cursor, for example. And I can favorite certain ones. And from these videos, I have a local transcribing tool using the Parakeet V3 model, which is fast and lightweight, all running locally on my computer. So I don't pay anything. I don't push anything to the cloud. So it's private. I can extract the entire script and create a script template for me to use for my next video. This is the power of knowing what database to use and how to use it for your own automations. If I refresh the app, all of the data still comes there reliably. If I change tabs, which was a problem before, if you don't know how to do proper database management, if you click from tab to tab, all of the data that was here could disappear if you change tabs. That was one of the problems that I faced when I was learning this stuff. You don't have to worry about implementation because you can tell AI, I want my data to persist, save it to a database, and I don't want it to be lost. So save it either in the cloud or save it locally. When deciding which data to use, screenshot this or copy and paste this into AI or Cursor and tell your AI coding agent, I'm not sure which one to use. Can you explain me what each one is and why I should use it? It'll go into detail and say, for your app, use JSON or use SQLite or use PostgreSQL. And if you want to store it, choose whether in the cloud or locally, and it will give you the best recommendations for future use. Now we're coming to skills, which are essentially reusable prompts. So skill is a saved prompt template that you can reuse at any time. So if I want to generate images, instead of having to say, generate this image, use this tool, it must be in this format, it must be 16 by 9, make it 2K resolution. Instead of having to prompt and reprompt it all the time, I just say / create me an image of a cat jumping over the moon, and it'll automatically do that without having to prompt and reprompt and you having to remember everything. Make sure that you write down the exact prompts that worked well for you, whether you're doing this in chat or if you're building out your dashboard. If you're not sure what prompts to put into your skills, if you have a chat that you've been working on, you can say, okay, so we've generated very nice infographics and I like what you're getting. Can you put all of the stuff that we said into a specification and then convert that specification into a skill? So when we generate new infographics or PowerPoint presentations, next we need to save them in a dot file or skill file using / skill creator or skill builder. Depending where you are, you can create skills. I can show you some of the skills that I've created. So if we are in Claude, we can say / let's say humanizer, or we can say / infographic. So this will allow me to create infographics. And if you click on this, you can see that it opens up the skill, which has a description to say generate a structured lecture infographic for Augmented AI 7-day automation challenge. Use the SGI key for image generation. And this goes into all of the specifications that it needs in order to generate an image. Now, if I had to take this prompt, save it into a notepad, now I have to go back and reference which skills did I use or not use. Having it as a skill makes it so much easier because you have the description, you have the full specification, and if you need to use any external APIs, it already knows how to use it. So this is how it looks like in Claude. In Cursor, it looks more or less the same. So I can say / if I want to use the UI UX Pro Max design skill, I can just use that. I have one for graphic generation. I have one for image generation. So this graphic skill that I have over here, I copied and pasted from the Claude skills. What's nice is that you can take the skills and you can use them in most AI platforms. So I can take this and use it in ChatGPT Codex or put them into Claude or Manus, and it should be generally universal. The only tool that doesn't work right now is Gemini, which I feel is way behind right now. I have others for image to video generation using the Kling model. I have one for generating B-roll, motion graphics. The world is your oyster when it comes to generating skills. And this is something that we go deeper in our operating system, and I'll be giving you all of the skills right there. And if you want to create a skill, we can just say / create skill, or you can create rules, hooks, pages, create a sub agent as well. I could go into all of these right now, but that's going to be maybe a whole lecture on its own. And that's definitely what we're going to be covering in the following weeks within our corporate automation operating system. If you have to create skills in Claude, it's basically / skill creator. So to improve your productivity, especially when coding, definitely by using skills, you save a lot of time and tokens as well. You can reuse skills to build your next app faster, and also means less trial and error. So you'll probably figure out, okay, how do I generate images, or how do I create a front end much faster? Once you are done with your app, you'll say, okay, I like the style and look of this app. I want to apply it to another app or dashboard that I've created. So then you'd ask the AI to create a skill based on the conversation that you've just had. Obviously, it won't be perfect and might require some tweaking here and there, but once you have that, you can reuse it over and over again for all of your upcoming dashboards. So it's good to think of things not only as building them as a system, but in this challenge, I want to shift your thinking from prompting to building systems. And building skills, not only for you, but for your AI agents, is a system in itself. And then we use those systems to build bigger systems that can help us save time, money, and reduce human error. And the more skills you get, the larger your prompt library grows, and it becomes a compounding asset for you. And like I showed you, the typical skills I use as a skill to be able to generate human-like content that's a bit more authentic. Instead of having to tell AI all the time, okay, get rid of M dashes, make sure that you talk in 5th grader language, conversational Spartan, talk like I'm talking to a friend. Instead of having to mention all of that, I just combine it all into a skill and just say / humanizer, and then paste in the transcript that I want to be converted into an email, for example. The other one I showed you was the image generator through the SGen platform. This is what it looks like, and these are some of the infographics and thumbnails that I've created through SGen, but I prefer to do it all deterministically using their API. They also have an MCP server that you can include as part of Claude and Cursor. What's nice about SGen is that you can generate images and videos using all of the different tools that they have, and if there's new tools that come out, you can use the latest technologies for generating your content. If you want to check out SGen in day 3, you can scroll down to SGen generator to get the link that will take you directly to there. Okay, so now we're going to get into building our front end. But before we do, once you've built this app, I want you to make it yours. You're going to take the UI UX, which is the user interface, user experience, and tweak it for whatever you want it to be. Now, before you would have to go into the code, tweak the colors here, find out where things are. Now you can just say to AI, I want this app to be modern, minimalistic, professional, or corporate. Use purple as my primary color. I want the ability to have both dark and light mode. You can change the colors, fonts, and logos to match your brand. You can rename the labels and fields to match how your team talks. Rearrange the layout, strip it down, build it up again. It's yours to play with. And move what matters most and what makes sense for you. You can add in your business name, logo, and a simple header, and essentially turn it into a polished look that builds trust. Alright, so I've spoken enough. I've given you all of the theory. Let's move straight into the practical side of things and build it out in Cursor. So I want you to open up Cursor, and in the same app that we've built thus far, let's go ahead and clear everything in this chat. Now, in building your front end, you have two options. You could either go into our old chat that we have over here, which means that we already have 50% of our context used up. If we add on more context, it's going to just fill it up a bit more. So it means that it already has most of the context of what it needs to do. It's probably going to summarize and compact that information for building our new app. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to rather use a fresh empty slate. It already has access to all of our code, so it knows more or less what we want to do. I'm going to take our day 4 AI lead finder over here and paste that right here. If you don't know where to get it, it's over here in day 4, this lead finder specification. I know we already fed it and it already has context of everything, but now I'm going to give it some direction on how to build the front end. You can customize it how you want, but I'm going to give you an example prompt prompt of how I create my front end from a simplistic point of view. First, switch it back to plan mode because we want a beautiful dashboard. Cool, so let's start prompting. I'm going to use my voice to transcribe it into a prompt. So let's create a front end for me now using React. And if you want Node.js, we have already built a successful lead scraper using Python. You can convert those existing scripts into the backend, or if you prefer converting it into Node.js, but only if you think it's appropriate and necessary, choose the easiest route, but the goal is to have it to be reliable. Next, I want you to use shared components. Make sure that this user interface is minimal, black and white look. You're more than welcome to create an element of graphs if we have a graph part of it. There should be some cards on top to say how many leads we have. I want a sidebar on the left-hand side where we can enter all of the information to send to our processor that will get all of the leads for us. There will be a generate button. We use icons and less words for our buttons. And on the right-hand side, which will cover the bulk of the user interface or dashboard, will contain a table where our leads are obtained, and we can scroll through each of our leads. There'll be columns that we can sort and filter, and I can choose the leads. There'll be a checkbox where I can mark off leads that I've already contacted. The user interface must work the first time. Make sure you think things through properly on how the UX and UI must flow together. I want you to store things in a local JSON format database that persists even through refresh and restarting of the app. We'll not use convex database, mainly because we only care about generating a set at a time. We already have all of the tools working, so you can work with the tools that we have already created. Look at the flow of the app that we already have and make it seamless, beautiful, and also make sure that we have a version number. So whenever you make changes, make sure that that version number always gets updated. So can you see how we are creating our specification? Depending on the extent of the automation, you could spend some time, maybe a day or two, to map out how the exact user interface and workflow works, or you can iterate it as we go along. The more detail you give it, the better, because that goes into the plan, and the plan is your specification of how the app must operate on a detailed level. If you know exactly what you want, you probably already have a specification document. If not, you can just prompt it and get AI to create a proper user flow and tell it to think about things that you would normally not think about. Now, if you look at it, we've covered all of the functional requirements, the aesthetic requirements, as well as the technological elements, as we discussed in our slides. That's why it is quite important. But now here's a secret sauce. You can make it not look like AI slop by using the skill /UI UX Pro Max. And this is the skill that you can get from GitHub. So you type GitHub UI UX Pro Max. Copy this into cursor, paste it and say create skill. If I would look for, I'll just use that to create the skill. There's also other ones like design taste front, I, design taste designer, and front end design. You can try out these other skills. You can start with this skill and then try out all of these other skills, which we have in our corporate automation operating system that will basically unslopify whatever AI would give out to you and turn it around into something that's amazing. Cool. So now I think we are ready to create our plan. I'm just going to switch my model to Composer 2.5 to conserve tokens for now. Cool. So I think we're now ready to generate our plan. This will probably take 2 to 3 minutes. So grab your coffee, sit back and relax and watch as AI generates your app for you. So just a note on tokens. If you head over here to settings, open cursor settings, if you go to plan and usage, you can see what plan I'm on. I started off with the $20 per month plan, then moved over to the $60 per month plan. But now, because of all of the automations I'm building, I'm spending about $200 per month. Some of you, it might be a lot, but if you look at it, we're getting close to $400 worth of API usage with this plan, which means that we can do a lot with this bundle. Okay, so as you can see, our plan is done. So open up this, you can see that we have Auto plus Composer, and we have over here. I found that I can do a lot more if I use Composer, because if you use larger models like Claude Opus 4.8 or GPT 5.5, that eats away at your API bundles very fast. And as you can see, I've got 27 days to go, so I need to conserve my API as much as possible. And if I do go overboard, I have the ability for on-demand usage, for which I've set my limit to 500. Cool, so our lead finder dashboard plan has been completed. Let's click on it over here. And now we can read through what AI has given us. Cool, so we have our architectural design. So this keeps Python pipeline as is. We've exited to Claude or ChatGPT using the pipeline.py. And this is working and battle tested. We can port it to Node.js, which means no re implementing for service modules and not having to reevaluate the API integrations, which is high risk for no gain. I'm happy with that approach. So we have our React Fight, which has sortable leads table, ICP sidebar, start with cards. We have our stat, cards, and charts. All of this goes into our backend which has a fast that allows us to run all of these different Python scripts. Fast API is a really popular library for which you can use our REST and API protocols to be able to communicate between our front end and our back end. And then we have storage, which goes into data leads.json. And if you want, you can test it out with SQL or put it in another database format. I'll leave that up for you to decide, and you can have a chat with AI to be able to figure out which one is best for you. So this is what the backend changes look like. We have our Python with our server.py. We have our endpoints over here where we get leads, stats, default, and version. Typically, I would like the backend and front end version to match. If they don't match, then I know that we're having a problem because maybe the front end is at the lower version than the back end, which means that they're not communicating on the same level or on the same version. Cool. So we refactored the pipeline for progress callbacks, so we know which stage we're at. We can ask it to insert us some animations as well. We have extend storage, so we can add fields to our lead schema, so it's backward compatible for our 29 leads. We have the version file, so all of that must reference that version file so we know what version we're on. Because sometimes you're wondering why the new functionality hasn't been pushed, but your app is still running on the previous version and thus it hasn't been refreshed. I've made that mistake, so it's good to refresh your app sometimes from time to time so that you know that the latest changes that you've made have been pushed. Then we look at the front end. We use Vite, React 18, and TypeScript. We're using the shared components like the buttons, input cards. We're using React Table, recharts via shared Lucid React. For icons, Tailwind version 4. Then we have our design system for a minimal black and white UI. It's going to give our design preferences for the background, the text, borders, primary call to actions, accent colors, typography, and so on. Look at that. It also created a wireframe of how the app will look like, and it created this in text, which is quite impressive. So we'll have AI lead finder title over here, our sidebar with all of the specifications here, our stat cards, pain score, charts, lead tables, and so on. Our left sidebar will contain these parameters which will serve as our inputs. It will have the loading state like we had seen earlier, and the right-hand dashboard will have a table with sortable details, filters, row checkbox titles, toggles, actions, and external links for the source URLs. If you're not happy with this plan, you're more than welcome to regenerate the plan, maybe using a different model. You can say adjust this part of the plan. But if you want to add more things to the plan, it will keep everything more or less the same, but you can edit it manually. Because it's markdown format, you can go and edit things as you see fit, or you can tell AI to adjust the plan for you. If you want a more visual approach, you can go over here and say open preview. So this here specifies all of the plans for our left sidebar, the right dashboard. If you scroll down, it will give you instructions on how to run it for first setup, development, and it looks at the data flow on how we generate leads, the UX safeguards, things that must work the first time, like API key card. We already have our end file. Duplicates prevention, so when we scrape new data, we don't want to get duplicates. Empty state, error recovery, disable generate during run, persist from. These are the files that you'll create and modify, as well as the versioning policy. If you scroll all the way down, you can see the 8 to-dos list. When it starts implementing this plan, it's going to create a server.py for the backend. It's going to refactor all of these scripts that you already created. So we can still keep this CLI working via main.py, but we can get it running via the front end. So if you want to run it via the terminal, you're more than welcome to. Maybe you want to run it as a test. We can extend the storage to adjust the front end. It'll build the sidebars and the cards, implement the generate job, and the scripts required to get our leads. As you can see, just from a few prompts, we're able to get this detailed plan. But just note that it's important that you create a plan, especially for big changes, because the AI will come back to this plan and implement each one according to that specification. Because if you think about it, if someone tells you to do something, maybe to generate content, you'll probably just generate things that are random. If someone gives you a standard operating procedure or SOP on how to generate content, then you'll generate images that are square, 4K resolution, according to brand guidelines, and you'll have more consistent output. Same thing with AI. If you have a plan, it will execute it better. I'm going to switch over to Compose again and click built. Pick up our coffee while we wait for our app to be generated. Okay, so now our app is done. Now we can run all of these commands, or we can just say, run everything for me, please. If you want to run it manually, then you can copy and paste it into terminal. So you'll have terminal 1, which will run the back end, and then you can have the front end for which you can run. We're basically changing directory, and then we have npm run dev, which is the universal command to run our front end. Cool, so there we have it. Let's take this and copy it into another browser. So you can take this and within your own local network, if you have the IP address of your computer, find the IP address, you can exchange localhost for your IP address and run it anywhere within your local network. So I'm going to press enter for now to run it as localhost. And there we have it. We have our full automation right over here. Some of the people that we have already scraped, it has their pain score over here, and we can choose to either email them or open up their LinkedIn profiles. I can also do another search. Instead of financial services, I can look for anyone that's in the medical industry, or maybe for safaris and travel. Whatever's related to your ideal client profile, you can put it over there. You can put your COO or head of operations, maybe my location still South Africa. We can specify what company size and how many leads you want to extract. So let's go for 15. And whenever we are ready, we can scroll down and find leads. Now, as you can see, we used one of the lowest tiered models, so we're going to not get the best results. If you use something like GPT 5.5 or Gemini 3.5 Flash, or if you have a lot of money, you can use the controversial Fable 5 model to get a better looking UI. Now, because I used the Composer model, some things could be improved. So first of all, this generate button is all the way down here. I'll prefer that there would be no scrolling on this sidebar and have the generate button right over here. And I'll probably also move this somewhere down here, or give it a much more minimal footprint, maybe move it up here, and be able to collapse some of these elements so that I can see all of my leads quicker. Other things that you can do and design for is that you can have a totally different tab for your contacts, maybe one for your dashboard, one for your contacts. I'll also do some improvements in terms of having selectables for these roles and job titles. Instead of having just only one, I could select multiple, and here I would convert this to a slider. So as you can see, we are getting our leads. It's showing me exactly what's happening. This is a big improvement from what we originally had in our terminal. But overall, I'm quite impressed with what we have right out of the box. Number one, using the lowest tier model. So I would go into cursor again and say, okay, this looks great. I would like for the sidebar to not, we rather have the generate button just below our leads field. The job titles, I would like to have an option that we can select. So I could select maybe COO or head of operations. So it'll be a series of selectables that I can choose. Company size, I would like to be able to select multiple as well. The number of leads can be a slider, and make sure to still keep on using shared CN for that. The progress notifications, let's move that to the left sidebar and move the table up a bit. When I hover upon the graph, there's another bar that shows up, which not supposed to show. Get rid of that bar and just show the number that's within the bar. Maybe add in some color there as well. Our left sidebar will be sticky and fixed. Make sure that you use modern fonts, and also to include their LinkedIn URL so that we can research them on LinkedIn as well. Cool, so now we have our upgrades for which we can implement them. I'm not going to finish off this app because I know there's a lot of things that I can change. Some are design, some are functional, some might be technological, but I'll leave that for you to try out and experiment with. But this is just to show you all of the things that I look out for when designing my dashboards. There's a lot that you can do, like adding AI agents, MCP servers, so that your Claude or Hermes agent can talk to your lead finder dashboard, but that deserves a lesson on its own, and we cover it in our corporate automation operating system. So I hope you are excited about the dashboard that you have created. If you haven't already, please do so now. If you haven't already been following along with me, as you can see, we've gone from chatting in ChatGPT, Claude, Copilot, whatever tool you're using, to building a full system that's able to get us leads. Instead of taking us 5 hours, it takes us literally minutes to be able to get all of these leads that I've just literally extracted right in front of you. And this is just to show you what's possible, whether you're technical or not. Obviously, it does help if you have a computer science or engineering degree, but you don't need to anymore. And as time progresses, AI is going to become more and more accessible. And if you're not building these systems right now, you're going to be left behind. So before I end off this lecture, I just want to show you some of the dashboards and systems that I've created that have not only automated my business, but I've also used to automate processes for my clients. So let's take a look at that. So I'm just going to go here into my Java's command center, and this is where you can see all of the apps that I've built. So I have a series of micro apps that I have developed from budgeting to video editing to publishing and more. So let's go and take a look at some of them. This is my AI CFO, which I've developed this mock data for demonstration purposes. You can go through all of your transactions over here. You can see how much you're spending on coffee, levies, fuel, and so on. You can import all of your transactions. And if your bank allows you to import things via API, you're more than welcome to build that capability. We also have a section on budgets where I have built in an AI suggest feature. So based on my previous spending, I told it to assign a budget for me based on if I have a fixed salary or a fixed income or revenue. It will go ahead and assign those amounts and also tell me my trends over time, how much I've been spending, and I can adjust my budget either manually or get AI to assign it for me. And in most cases, it did a pretty good job. So you can see I have one for insurance, bank charges, entertainment, shopping. It told me that I can track my coffee spending habits. Then we come to the AI advisor, the most powerful thing about this AI CFO. It can go through all of my transactions, look at some of my trends, find anomalies so that I can make better financial decisions for both me and my company. Things are saved to memory, so if certain categories need to be categorized automatically, it'll know exactly where to put them. It told me that I'm spending way too much on coffee. What's really cool about this dashboard is that it has the ability to see the latest news here in South Africa. So when we did have the budget speech, it told me, okay, there was a new tax-free law that was passed, which means that I could take more money and put it into the tax-free savings account to get maximum tax benefits. I've got one for video editing, which I think I probably showed you in earlier days. I've got my social media upload manager, for which I'm able to publish to all social media platforms all at once. And this currently feeds into my local transcript generator. So when I repurpose, I'll probably come up with a better name than this, but I put in my transcript for my videos, like the video I'm recording right now. I will then ask to generate a couple of YouTube titles like you have over here. And it's using a given formula that I fed it. Like I found a topic that has surprising outcome. Here's how. So for example, for my last day, like I found a lead finder that replaced my entire manual outreach. Here's how to do it. With the top lead finder mistakes I made, so you don't have to. There's a word count and I can copy and paste it straight into YouTube. The same for school, writing my emails, WhatsApp and more. And I can choose whether I want to run this in light or dark mode. I've already shown you my Instagram researcher, so I'm not going to go too much in detail on this. My school CRM. So whenever, as well as my school CRM, where all of the people who join school, they provide me with an email to opt in into my email newsletter. They get sent to my Kajabi CRM, for which I can then send them emails. You can also tell me how many contacts have booked a call with me. I have one for stock analysis, so I can open up this. I can look at what stocks are doing really well. So let's analyze all of them. It'll tell me whether it will go through the council of AI agents. So I have Claude, I have Gemini, I've got a local Gemma model, I've got some of the Chinese models running in the background, all doing their own research. And then we have the council, and then they aggregate the results to say, okay, is this a buy, hold, or sell signal? And this is the confidence for that. So it will go through all of these, and here you can see the reasons. And here you can see for Microsoft, it told me to hold for that particular date and time. It'll give me the reasons from each of the AI models from the council, which I can use for my consideration. Each AI model will have tools, so we have access to technical analysis as well as fundamental analysis. So we can use things like Bollinger Bands, RSI. Before I make any sort of stock analysis, I'll first read the news, I'll check the charts, consult my own intuition. But now all of that gets automated through this process. So right now, I can't tell you whether this thing is profitable or not, but this is definitely a great tool that I use before considering investing for the long run. I also have one for competitor analysis. I can type business automation and see all of the YouTubers that are focusing on business automation. As you can see, I've ranked for one of the keywords, which is great. And I can get new ideas for what are the trending topics. If I run analysis, it's going to go through the YouTube data API, which you can use for free mostly, and you can get the latest videos for your AI research. I also have the ability to have my AI look for current trends, look for similar topics, see where there's content gaps based on my questions. That's just the tip of the iceberg. And if you want to get all of these systems and customize it for your company or for your clients, definitely join us at the Corporate Automation Operating System, where you can get all of these inside our classroom. And I'm going to be building way more automations and micro apps that fit into this broader ecosystem of the AI operating system, which will be solving real world business bottlenecks. Like I mentioned, we're going to be going deep in weeks 2 all the way to week 6. This is not to say that we are only stopping at ops or operations operating system or ops. There'll definitely be other operating systems that we're going to be diving deep. Operating systems, like maybe one for real estate. We're going to look at some for content creation operating system, or maybe you want to create your own user generated content or UGC, also known as AI influencers. We're going to go deep into that. For video generation, image generation, document processing, we're going to cover all industries: medical, industrial, freighting. So if you are not part of the corporate automation operating system, now is a good time to join, because you'll get access to all of these operating systems and micro apps that are offered as part of the corporate automation OS. And if you want to find out more about how everything works, if you have questions, or if you're not sure what we did is correct in Cursor, or just want to chat, go to www.augmentedstartups.com/start. It'll take you to this page where you can book a free call with me. Now we're going to get to even more exciting stuff in day 6, where we're going to create an AI agent to make it run mostly without you. Before we end off, make sure, as usual, you go to the school community, either in the hub or operating system. Go into Classroom 7-Day Business Automation Challenge. Head over to day 5 accountability and vote on what stage are you at. Were you able to create your own dashboard with ease, or are you still going to create it, or did you create it? You're still trying to figure out one or two things here and there, or you haven't implemented it at all. Maybe you want to watch the entire challenge first and then come back to it, which is also fine. But the main thing is that you take action. If you don't take action and if you don't implement any of these practicals that I teach right here in this challenge, you're not going to learn anything, and you're not going to be able to automate the business processes that keep you stuck in your business. Because I want to save you at least 5 hours a week. Besides for time, we'll save you money and reduce human error. This will give you much more focus than a 1-hour meditation session, because you're not diverting your attention from one thing to another thing to another thing. Your AI systems will be able to handle everything for you, and that's my goal. So with that said, I'll see you in day 6. Watch what happens when I connect our Lead Finder app to an AI agent and tell it to run every morning at 7 a.m. without me even touching a single button. Welcome back to day 6 of our 7-day business automation challenge. We are almost there. By the end of this video, we're going to turn your micro app that we've built, which is the Lead Finder app, into an agentic system that's connected via MCP, and get it to be triggered automatically so that it can make decisions without you. So before we get started, as always, make sure that you've joined our corporate automation hub, where you can find all of the files and resources to the 7-day business automation challenge under Classroom. Click on it and ensure that you have completed all of the previous days, because without having that background, what I'm going to be talking today won't make that much sense. Sure, if you're advanced enough, you could piece together the pieces, but like I said from the start, I want you to get the best out of this and take you from the journey from chatting with AI to building full systems that automate up to 80% of your business processes. And if you want to get into the more advanced stuff, we have our corporate automation OS, which is undergoing a huge revamp, where you can get access to Sales OS, Marketing OS, Finance OS, Intelligence OS, as well as Ops OS, amongst many other systems, which we're going to be deploying over the upcoming weeks within the school community. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. In day 6, let's start off with what an agent actually is, right? So an agent is essentially an entity. It could be a human agent, or it could be an AI agent. When I mention agent, I'm mostly referring to an AI agent. So an agent is basically an entity that can take actions and not just answer questions. The definition of an agent can vary from person to person. I could be using ChatGPT or Claude, and it could be running an underlying agentic process. I may not know it, but I could just feel like I'm chatting with AI as how I've always done. Or I could be interacting with an agentic system that helps me to automate these processes. So you can think of it like a large language model, but it can read files, it can run code, it can call APIs and MCP, and can make decisions. And that's the whole goal. We want to take all of our mental load and offload it to the AI. And in order to do that, we have to use a mixture of artificial intelligence with robotic process automation, or RPA. The reason why we do this rather than letting the AI do just about everything is so that we can have deterministic output. And by deterministic, I want to get the output as reliable as possible. So no matter what input we get, we always get a reliable output. If we just do this in chat, there's a chance that things may go wrong. We may get it right, we may get it wrong. But the trap that a lot of people fall into is that if it's wrong, they're just going to prompt and reprompt until they get the desired output. Whereas with the system, we want to get to a point where we're all in one shot. So an agent has memory and can remember your past interactions. If you've been following the emergence of AI over the past few years, you've probably seen the chatbots move from a simple chat window to being more agentic. And by agentic, if you look at Claude, it's able to connect via MCPs, it has memory, it can run code, and can also make decisions. But we want to take that ability and combine it with our tools and micro apps such that we can automate repetitive business processes. What's nice about agents is that you give it a goal, it goes ahead and plans how it's going to do it, and then executes all of the steps. Along the way, it might use memory, it might recall past interactions, it might call certain tools or use certain skills that you've given it to be able to achieve that outcome. Note that sometimes if you give it a goal that's too ambitious, it might try and approximate as close as it can to that goal, or might give you something that is undesired. Now, that's the reason why we're building systems, because we want to get that output as close as our desired outcome as possible. I've already shown you multiple ways in which we can do that. This is through building out dashboards that have an application-specific outcome. Agents can also run on a schedule without having you to watch it all the time and to be able to prompt it. So we're coming to a point where our systems are becoming more proactive. But you have to build a system so that it is proactive. And we're going to go into different ways in which we can achieve that. If you stick with me to the end of this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to make it proactive. Alright, so in order to connect our micro app, especially the lead finder micro app that we built in day 5, we're going to take that and connect it via MCP to our AI agent. If you recall, in the past days, we went over what an API is, what an MCP is, so I'm not going to go through that in this video. So an MCP lets your agent connect to real tools such as emails like Gmail or Google services and works, your calendars, Notion, Trello, databases, and more. I'm going to show you quickly here in Claude all of my connections that I have connected to all of my tools. So under here, if I go to customize, you can see that I have my AI agent in Claude connected to Descript, Excel for web search, Figma, Gmail, Google Calendar, Google Drive, my home automation, my CRM via Kajabi, Mercury Bank, Notion, SGen for video generation, there's Tavily, I also have it connected to Ubersuggest for doing automated keyword research, and Vercel for hosting. Below are all of the MCP servers that will only run on desktop. So I have one for Affinity Photo, which is basically Photoshop. I have one of my micro apps where I can do competitor analysis. So this is our corporate automation library, or which is now the corporate automation OS. And I can do competitor analysis based on all of the other influencers videos that I can check out. I've got Claude in Chrome. I can crawl certain websites using Firecrawl, do deep research with Perplexity. I also linked it up to my custom stock analysis tool, which I'll show you that later on, my Trello workspace, as well as to be able to download and transcribe YouTube videos right over here. Giving your AI agent skills, you upgrade its ability to do things. And the more access to skills it has, relevant skills that is, the more capable your agent becomes. It's like superpowers and upgrades for your agent. The benefit is that your agent can now read live data instead of static files. Sometimes if you want to analyze something, you normally have to go to that website, download it yourself, and then upload it into Claude or Hermes agent if you want to be able to do the analysis. Now, instead of manually downloading stocks from Yahoo Finance, I can just connect it via MCP and I can just tell Claude, please pull me the latest stock analysis from Yahoo Finance, and it'll do that along with all of the other stuff that you want done with it. And you can apply this to your micro apps as well. So not only having access to third-party tools, but also having access to your CRM, your data, your tools, all within your company. So we're going to run a small test in just a bit, where we're going to have one action, one tool, and confirm it's working before we add more. And we're going to be connecting our agent to our lead finder micro app, because we want our AI agent to handle our data and tools. Now for the secret sauce, which is schedules, triggers, and routines. So let's start with schedules. Schedules allows your AI agent to run automatically. So you can set up what they call a cron job or a schedule to say at 7 a.m. in the morning during days, I want you to scrape leads from the source. Or every afternoon at 12 o'clock, write me content based on this new blog site that I have hosted. Check my competitors' videos, write a summary blog post, and post it to social media automatically. Obviously, if you're doing anything public facing, you probably want to have a human in the loop in there so that you can review it before it goes out. So that's the power of schedules. So instead of you having to prompt it, do this for me at that particular time, you can just run this on a schedule and it'll run it automatically. And I'll show you exactly how to do this in the practical part later on in this lesson. Next, we have triggers. This fires on on specific events. Events can be just about anything. If I click a button, that's an event. If a new lead comes into the pipeline, that's an event. If a competitor posts a new video, that's also an event. Events can be just about anything. It could be a new lead, a new row in your database, or a new form submission. So we can use triggers if we don't want to keep polling. Schedules we'll use at a specific moment in time, whereas triggers will happen if something happens. It doesn't have to happen at a particular point in time. It'll happen if there's an event. And that event doesn't have to happen regularly. It can just happen if we get a new lead, and that could be at any point in time. We have routines. Routines chain steps together. Maybe the first step is to check our social media every morning. Then it can decide, okay, should we write a blog post on this or not? Then it'll act or not act. And then finally, it'll log an event. Once it's done, it'll repeat that whole event again. So routines can either happen upon trigger. If we get a new lead, then it'll check that lead, decide, okay, do we have this lead already or should we add it to the database? If we don't have that lead, then it'll add it to the database and it'll create a log within our CRM and it'll repeat for all of the new leads. We can also let routines happen on a specific schedule. So if we think about it from a human perspective, our routine is to wake up in the morning, brush our teeth, have breakfast, then have coffee, and then go to work. So that's a routine that we do on a daily basis. If we set the routine based on a trigger, if a nice movie comes out on Netflix, let's get our popcorn, wine, and pizza ready so that we can relax and enjoy the movie. Okay, so I hope by now you're convinced I need to have an AI agent to be handling my micro apps. And I'm going to be showing you the underlying architecture of how this all connects together. But first, how do we choose an AI agent to automate our business processes? Which ones do we choose? Here's a couple of options. There's Claude as well as Hermes Agent. These are my top 2 agents that I use, and this is by no means the definitive selection. You're more than welcome to explore other options like OpenClaw, ChatGPT Codex. There's also TinyClaw, PicoClaw, and so many other agentic frameworks. Choose what's best for you. If you're already using Claude, then that's perfect. If you want to explore the capabilities of Hermes, you can choose that also. If you do decide to go with Claude, I have a full 5-hour training course with Claude that you can find right over here in our classroom for the Corporate Automation Hub, as well as in the Corporate Automation Operating System. And that'll cover everything that you need to know about building agents with Claude. Now, if you do decide to go with any of these, I do have links to them. And full transparency, these are referral links. I'll have them linked down below. So if you do decide to support me and my channel, you can click on these links and I'll highly appreciate it. But with that said, you're more than welcome to go to these websites for Claude and Hermes separately, should you wish to download it directly. Like I mentioned, I want to build your trust, give you tons of value so that you can start automating your business processes. So you can decide which one you want. If you go to Claude, it'll ask you, clicking on this link will take you to this page where I highly recommend that you upgrade your plan to at least a $20 per month plan. Without it, you won't get access to all of the cool features that we can use. And for Hermes Agent, you can go over here to download it for Mac OS or whatever operating system you are on. And you should see an app that looks more or less like this. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into Hermes, but if you do want a full Hermes agentic course, make sure to comment Hermes down below so that I know who's interested in it and I can show you exactly how to connect your micro apps to Hermes. Most of it is straightforward. It looks like a traditional chat interface. You have access to skills and tools, messaging via different platforms like Telegram or WhatsApp, as well as artifacts to build different tools to have access to your images, files, and links. So now, before we continue, please make sure that you download one of these two or both if you want to. Decide which one you're going to use. I'm going to stick with Claude because I already have it as part of my workflow, or you can select one of the other agentic systems that I've mentioned earlier. All right, so now let's look at how the agentic workflow actually works. So let's assume that you are using Claude. So that's your AI agent. And this is the micro app that we built in day 5. And the lead finder allows us to basically get leads. We can also upgrade it with more skills, like enrich the leads with more data. So maybe we'll use Perplexity to do deep research via the Sonar models, which will maybe for each lead get their emails, find out some information about them, who they are, how they operate, make it very personalized. And with all of that information, create a hyper-personalized email that you can use for cold outreach. So that's the capability of the lead finder. Now, how do we get our lead finder to talk with our AI agent? So we're going to use the MCP protocol that when the AI agent asks for information, the lead finder will either get back to the AI agent or it'll perform an action. So the action will probably be to get new leads. So we can tell the AI agent, please get 20 leads for me. and it'll send the information to the lead finder. It'll probably ask some questions or make some assumptions to say, okay, let's search for leads within the financial services industry. Or you can ask the AI agent, based on what you know about me, who should my ideal client be? And based on that, go out and find me leads using this tool. The lead finder will get all of the information it needs, like the keywords, the company size, the industry, the job role, the job position from the AI agent. And once it is done, it can just say, I have done it, go check it out on the dashboard. Or it can send all of those leads straight into our agent, for which you can take all of those leads, or you can send it to another micro app for which you can now take these leads and start messaging them one by one. Now, if we just have one micro app, it doesn't make sense to have an AI agent because you can just have an AI that lives within the lead finder. But now if you have more than one micro app, because a business is complex and you're going to need micro apps for each and every department and system within your business, it makes sense to have an AI agent that can consolidate all of the information and processes within your business. What's nice about having an AI agent is that all of these are essentially tools at the disposal of your AI agent. So you can be as vague as you want. So you can wake up one morning and say, okay, get me leads and I want you to message all of them by today at 3 o'clock. And once that is done, you can have a nurturing campaign where you can post to social media at that specific time. Maybe you can run a retargeting campaign for those leads and then perform some sort of automation in the back end to ensure that your leads are properly getting updated as they book a call with you. Can you see how powerful it becomes once you have the systems in place? Because now these apps are doing the work that they're supposed to much more reliably rather than having one agent do everything. These micro agents or micro apps do the work. They send the information back to the AI agent and the AI agent can orchestrate the AI process, which will essentially automate the operations position in your business. All right, now we are on the practical part of the course. Let's head over to Cursor and let's get this agent connected. So this is the same AI lead finder app that we built in day 5, but I took the liberty of upgrading the user interface. I just told it using these skills that you can get in the corporate automation operating system that I would like for you to create a complete UI overhaul to make this app look much more better than it currently is and make it much more useful and practical. It looks so much better with the right AI skills. You can turn any ordinary app into beautiful looking non-AI slop apps that both you and your company can use. I can still select the right keywords, the job role and title as before, location. The location I could probably put a country picker so I can select the different countries as well as the company size. I can also set here the number of leads that I want. I would generally maybe increase this number if I wanted to. So I'll probably put in a cost per lead because now you have to scrape these leads. It'll probably cost you because you're using the XR and Perplexity APIs. If you go beyond the usage, it's most likely that they will charge you. But hey, if you're getting leads and they're paying for the bills, it's worth the cost. Okay, I want you to open up a new agent in Cursor. We're going to select our composer model again, and I've opted in to use Claude as my AI agent. Now I'm going to insert a prompt in my 7-day business automation challenge, day 6, how to set up your agent. Now I'm going to say, this app is working well. I would like for you to create an MCP server for this AI lead finder. It must give the AI agent the ability to define the leads, to set their profile, the industry, job title, role, location, company size, as well as any other details that you want. The AI agent will have control over how many leads it can generate or wants to generate. You can trigger the find leads function, and once leads are generated, you can send over the leads to the AI agent for processing or as a file if you want to. You can give it all of the stats like how many leads in our pipeline, any new leads, how many that you've contacted, as well as the average pain signal quality score and how that was determined. You can also send information about the pain score distribution, and if you need to query the database for any of the leads, our AI agent should be able to do that. So that's all that you need in order to create an MCP server. But there's just one more step that you need in order to connect it to Claude. So before we do that, let's just click generate and let's wait for Cursor to create our MCP server. While we're waiting for our MCP server, it's good practice to commit code to version control and push it to GitHub so we have backup of our app. So I'm going to say after refresh and say commit. I'm going to go ahead and publish branch, but I'll probably want to change the name of my app to lead_finder and push that to a private repository. And if you click over, you'll get a dialog to open up on GitHub and you'll find all of the code that you saved right over here. Now just note that it has saved a .env file. I probably want to go ahead and delete it because if I make this public, everyone will have access to my API keys. So if this happens to you, open up a new tab and say, I've accidentally immediately added my env file. Please delete it from GitHub and all traces of it, and make sure that we add it to the Git list. Bring this to .env or .environment file and press enter. Okay, cool. So you can see that it's still busy with our helper. If you want to be a bit more productive while this thing is doing its work, so going to Claude, click on settings. We're going to go over here to developer. We're going to edit config. Sometimes adding third-party tools is easy, but if you want to add in our own tools, then we have to go through this developer portal over here. If it seems a bit too technical, don't worry. I'm going to guide you through it. And if you get lost along the way, you're more than welcome to post it right here in the community to say what you have done, what you're struggling with, and how we can help. So over here, you can see all of the MCP tools that I have over here. I have it on this edge of the screen because I want to block all of my API keys. But this is the file that we are looking to edit. Now, it's always good to have a backup copy of your MCP server in case something goes wrong. So you can just right click, duplicate, and there you have your backup. You can rename it based on version number or today's current date. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this file and copy it into Cursor so that it can edit that file for me and say, thanks for creating this MCP server. I would like for you now to edit Claude desktop config.json so that I can now use the MCP server within Claude. Simple as that. I'm just going to change the transcription from Cloud to Claude. Everything looks more or less right, and enter. Let's take a look if this has already done it. Okay, so this seems like it's done, and I'm glad that AI has given me this warning, because if your environment file is on GitHub, we can treat those keys as compromised and we should rotate them, because despite them being private, if GitHub gets hacked for whatever reason, we don't want other people using our API keys. I think our lead finder has been integrated. For this to work, we need to quit Claude and restart the app so you can go through the whole process of indexing the MCP server. Now, if you do run into errors like this, we can open up the developer settings. We can find out what exactly went wrong. So we can view the logs. You're just going to copy all of this, paste it over here. Now, this probably happened because I'm using the lowest tier Composer 2.5 model. If I was using a stronger model, there'll be less chance of this happening, but it's still possible. So I'm just going to say, I received an error upon using this. Can you look into it and fix any of the errors? If it doesn't work, you can switch to debugging mode and we can try this process again. Okay, let's try it again. We're going to quit Claude and restart it. It looks like there wasn't any errors. So let's click over here to the plus icon, go down to connectors. And if we scroll down, we should see our lead finder app right over here. Now I'm going to say, can you look at the lead finder app? Can you test if it's working? Can you check how many leads we have? How many we have contacted, and basically pull all of the other leads that we have into a table. Okay, let's see. Pressing enter. So now it's finding all of the tools. We obviously have to allow the usage of it. It's going to do an API health check to see if the thing is actually working. Then we're going to allow all of the other tools. Sometimes you just have to give it permission once for it to work. So I think it has it. Here's the full rundown of your lead finder. The app is partially working. Okay, let's see why it's not fully working. The lead database and pipeline are fully functional. However, the API keys needed to generate leads are missing. So you can view the existing leads. Okay, so it seems that my .env file that I've uploaded got deleted. So I actually have to re-import them again. But for now, I think we've already extracted the leads in day 5. I'm not going to go through the whole exercise of finding new leads. But as you can see, it's telling me the total leads, which is 46, which is correct. We've got new leads, 45. We've contacted 1, and we've got an average score of 4.3 out of 5. It's scoring all of the leads based on the distribution over here. 80% of your leads are a score of 4 or 5. Strong quality pipeline. And it's also giving me some of the leads that we've extracted. I won't lie, this is really cool. Now that we got these leads, we can take them and save them to Google Drive, or start sending them emails using another service, or even go a step further by starting to enrich these leads. Okay, so I've just fixed the issue that I've had with the API keys, and now it has gone through the process of finding new leads. Now this is where I want your imagination to take over. This is just one micro app that's just getting leads. You can make this app so much better by number one, by using the same app to enrich all of the leads that we got, to create personalized emails that we can use for our cold outreach campaigns. Then you can get Claude to analyze all of this data, run different experiments like maybe A/B tests. We can then double down on the winners and drop the losers. And over time, we can increase our conversion rate until we find something that works for us. And because Claude knows a lot about us, mainly because I fed it my knowledge base, it's able to give me personalized insights and able to find leads without me having to tell it which leads I'm looking for. Now, if you're working in enterprise, you're probably concerned about data privacy and security, which are legit concerns. If you run this via Hermes, this all runs locally on your own computer. You can deploy this to a server. I have this running on my Mac Mini as well. you can connect Hermes to a local large language model that runs on-prem so that none of the data from your company goes outside your company. If you want to learn more, drop me a comment down below and I'll be more than happy to explain how this actually works and how to implement it. Cool. So as you can see, we now have a new pipeline of 56 leads. I'm just going to refresh this page over here and you can see the new leads that we've acquired. I'm just going to cover some of their personal details over here. And now it's telling me top 3 to call first. It's given me some of the names. It's telling me who they are, why they matter, and it's giving me the details based on some of the case studies that I've worked with all of my other corporate clients. I won't lie, this is pretty impressive. I'm probably going to use this for myself soon. I don't know about you. If you are, comment down below. Awesome. So I hope you're now seeing the power of having an AI agentic system where we have our agent that's able to control one or many micro apps. Now, what I've mentioned is just touching the surface of an agentic workflow or an agentic system. What I've implemented now is very simplistic, but you can make it as complex and as powerful as your imagination can dream up. In day one, I mentioned the impact of having such a system in which you are doing all of the manual work. In level 2, you have AI helping you do some of the tasks, but you're still prompting and reprompting over and over again. This is your traditional chat interface. Then you can also say if you are using the tool to help you do the tasks, you still have it automated, but there's no AI. If you have AI with the tool, you can do so much more. But if you have your agent with an AI as well as a tool, you can do so much more. You'll see that as you implement these systems, your manual intervention becomes lower and lower and lower until eventually, as AI improves, you'll be able to get your agentic workflow to do all of these tasks for you, even while you sleep. Awesome, we are now done with day 6. We are almost there, just one more day to go. So far, we've gone from the transformation of chatting with AI to building real agentic systems that can work for you and your business. And I'm interested in what you guys will build. So definitely head over to school right here under accountability. There'll be a post that says day 6 accountability, agentic OS right over there. I want you to select the poll, select the option that most appeals to you. Did you build it and is it live? If you did, how does it feel? Is it partially done? Do you plan on doing it or not? Or you haven't started this yet, but you want? Let me know down below, how did you find this? Have you built your first system and is it working for you? And if it is working for you, then what will you be building in future? Let me know and maybe I can give you some ideas on how to implement it. So we are almost done with our 7-day automation challenge. There's 1 day left. If you found these systems powerful and you want to learn more and dive deeper into getting all of the systems that we have built for augmented AI automations, but also for all of the other companies that we've built automations for. We're going to be covering in detail sales. So that lead finder that we built, we're going to take it a step further and build our own version of Instantly or Lamlist that you can run on-prem without having to pay that monthly subscription. Marketing OS, which covers everything from content generation to lead nurturing to building your full sales automation workflow. Finance OS to manage your finances, budgeting. You can even deploy your own AI CFO. Intelligence OS, once you have all of the data from all of these campaigns, we can feed them into Intelligence OS to give you a better breakdown of what's happening in your business, how's your cash flow looking, which campaigns are winning, what are the winners and losers, and from the winners, which can we double down on. We also have Office, where you can deploy the exact systems that we deploy to essentially help your company run a bit smoother. These automations and systems are not theoretical. These are the exact systems that we run for us as well as our other clients that have real ROI. Definitely check out www.augmentedaiautomations.com/portfolio. So the corporate automation operating system, which are weeks 2 to 6 and beyond, you'll get access to the full course, daily calls, as well as our AI OS. And then we also have a mastermind coming. So if you are, definitely comment mastermind down below. And if you still feel like this is way too much for you, you can't handle that level of technicality, then don't worry. If you go to this link, www.augmentedstartups.com/start, which will eventually be augmentedaiautomations.com/start, then it's going to take you to this link where you can book a free call and we can do a bespoke automation for you. Awesome. With that said, let's head over to day 7, our final day, talking about AI agentic systems, mainly focusing on the real case studies that we've implemented for our clients as well as for my own company. We'll see you in the next lesson. Here are 5 real use cases of real-world AI agentic systems. Hey guys, and welcome back to day 7 of our 7-day business automation challenge. If you have made it this far, I want you to give yourself a pat on the back because you've undergone a real transformation. If you've went through the full 7 days, you found yourself chatting with ChatGPT, prompting, reprompting, doing these repetitive tasks thinking you're automating, but you're not really, to building your very first AI agentic system. And this is an automation that you can take and deploy it in your own business or sell to other clients. The best part is that I've essentially given you the tools that you need in order to build your very own AI agentic system. Now, today in day 7, we're going to go beyond the AI agentic systems. I'm going to show you real case studies, and by the end of this lesson, you'll know exactly what's possible. And I also want to give you ideas of what systems that you can deploy within your own business. Let's get straight into it. First, let's take a look at one app versus an operating system. A single app solves one problem, whereas an operating system connects every part of your business. So like we've seen, we have our micro apps, and each micro app is an application specific program. Combining all of these micro apps, you can solve multiple problems within your own business. Repetitive work, bottlenecks, reducing human error, saving time, saving money, and helping your operations become a bit more efficient. And we can run multiple apps within each department. So we can have one for marketing, one for sales, one for finance, operations, and many more. All of this runs within one connected system. Because having all of these micro apps, if they can't talk to each other, or if they can't talk to the orchestrator, the AI agent, it creates friction and makes your life a bit more manual. Data also flows between the modules automatically. So when we started, we wanted to eliminate the copying and pasting dilemma. And if we have a system that just works together, we save a lot of time not having to do that copying, pasting, and repetitive work. And also, agents work across the whole entire operating system and not just one app. For example, our lead generation app will just focus on creating leads. It won't worry about creating content unless you design it to. And when it's getting leads, it's doing that one task and one task only, solving one problem, which means it runs much more robustly and deterministically. With a lot of people, they're doing everything in one single chat. If they ask it to do something and it doesn't work, they really don't know why. And it's because the AI is handling just way too much context. Things are getting lost in the chat, you're getting lost, the AI is getting lost. But if you have a system that runs like how we designed it to, things should work much more reliably. And today we're going to see how all of the pieces fit together on a departmental level. So we're going to look at marketing, sales, finances, as well as data analytics, and some of the real use cases that I have deployed within my own business, as well as some that we've deployed for our other clients. So this is what the OS architecture looks like. Now, when I refer to AI OS or agentic OS, I generally mean more or less the same thing. It's essentially an operating system govern an agentic workflow or an AI workflow. So on a high level, this is what it looks like. We've built our AI agent, and each agent talks to different departments like sales, marketing, data analytics, and business intelligence, finance, as well as operations. Now, we're not only limited to these departments. We can have as many departments as we want to, and we can build many operating systems for each department. And within each of these departments, we can have multiple micro apps. So for example, sales, it has 3 micro apps, maybe one for getting leads, maybe one for nurturing the leads, one for enrichment, or you can either have all 3 in one single micro app, depending on what your workflow looks like. On this level, we can have an AI agent that can handle all of these micro apps, or we can refer to these departmental level agents as sub-agents. So we have our main agent that we interact with, and this agent will send the corresponding commands to the sub-agents, for which it'll talk to the corresponding micro apps and give you the corresponding feedback or data that you require. All of this happens via MCP, and I'm going to show you more or less what this looks like for the Java's command center that I've built. Let's take a look at inside Marketing OS. We capture leads from every channel, forms, ads, socials, referrals all into one place. It scores and routes leads automatically based on fit and interest. It sends follow-ups and nurture sequence without you having to lift a finger. It tracks campaign performance into a live dashboard and not just a monthly report. And now in Sales, we're going to be able to track every deal that comes in from first contact to close, all in one pipeline. It's going to remind you or your agent when it's time to follow up, give you tips on how to handle the sales call, generate quotes, proposals, contracts from templates automatically, update forecasts in real time as the deal moves through stages. And then we're going to Finance OS, where we are able to track income and expenses automatically as transactions come in. We're going to generate invoices and chase overdue payments without the awkward emails. It's going to show cash flow and profit in a live dashboard, which can also be updated daily. It flags unusual transactions for you to review before they become a problem. And then we have Intelligence OS, which pulls data from marketing, sales, and finance all into one view. It spots patterns that you'd miss, like which leads converted, which campaigns did pay off, which social media platforms should I focus on. It answers in plain plain language all of the questions about your business on demand and suggest next actions based on what's actually happening and not just guesses. So now that you're aware of the department level part of the AI OS, let's take a look at some of these micro apps that we've actually deployed, real use cases that are working within Augmented AI, as well as those we've deployed for our clients. So first, I'd like to introduce you to Jarvis, which is a very original name, but essentially Jarvis is my agentic OS or AI OS or agentic OS. You decide which one you want. Now, Jarvis is my command center for which I have all of these other micro apps that I can interact with. I can ask questions on a high level and I can use my voice to talk to it or get an overview via chat. Now, this specific command center works through Hermes or Hermes agent. Queries get answered here, and why this works is that I've connected all of my micro apps to Hermes, and Hermes is able to communicate with my command center. So let's take a look at some of these micro apps that I've built. Now, some of these apps you might have seen. So I'm going to open up the budgeting app. This is mock data. Everything you see currently looks like a typical budgeting app, right? Below the surface, you're entering all of your transactions, and the underlying AI agent is able to assign these budgets automatically for you based on your historical spend. So I can click this button over here. It'll adjust the budgets accordingly. I can go to my AI advisor and ask how much did I spend on coffee last month. This is a sub-agent within my AI agentic OS. If I don't want to do it on a high level, I can go directly to the app and interact with it one-on-one. This has access to different tools. It has access to memory. It can automatically recategorize transactions if I tell it. It can also do web search. We had a budget speech where they introduced a new tax law, which means that we can invest more in our tax-free savings account. This AI was able to pull that data and give a recommendation to say, hey, look, you've got extra cash, why not invest it back into your tax-free savings account? You can maximize it, you can invest more so you can maximize on your tax benefits. This AI CFO I've implemented for both my personal accounts as well as my business accounts. Then we have our video editing AI. Now, the reason why I built this is because I had a problem with Descript. I found myself doing a lot of manual work in editing transcriptions. So instead of having to do this over and over again, especially with my short form content, I just now import my videos. It automatically transcribes it. It removes silences. It adds B-roll. It adds my titles. And for the B-roll that I import, it'll automatically place them within my timeline, which saves me a lot of time having to do all of these editing things myself. This is how I want you to think. I want you to become a bit more aware of all of the tasks that you're doing throughout the day. It's preferable if you make a note of it. And over time, you'll see, okay, I'm spending a lot of time editing videos. Why am I doing this? Is there a way that I can automate this? Is there a way that I can make it a bit more smooth? Restriction, cut out the bottlenecks. Should I automate it or should I outsource it to someone if I can't automate it? Those are the questions that you need to be asking on a day-to-day basis. It's only then you'll be able to figure out, hey, I'm wasting so much time. My teammates and colleagues are wasting so much time doing this one task, whereas they can be doing much more creative work within the company. So this is the kind of thinking that you need to employ not only for yourself, but also get your employees and teammates to be a bit more self-aware. Then we go into an app that I use on a daily basis. So this is my social media upload manager where I can upload text. It can be on Word, like let's call it agentic OS. I can click the spin button and it'll turn it into a full LinkedIn post. So yeah, as you can see with just one click, I literally just put in 1 or 2 words and out came a full LinkedIn post that I can use and post to all of these social media platforms all at once. I can upload images right over here. And the best part is that I can schedule the same post, one today, one a month from now, and one 2 months from now at different times, because not everyone will see the same post twice. This is essentially how I got to 1.4 million impressions over the past year, with an increase of 58% over the past year. And then finally, I have a button. If I click this, it will review what this image is about and create alt text that can target the keyword business automation amongst many others. Without any additional effort, it will recommend a title for Reddit. So as you can see, there's obviously ways I can improve this by maybe having one click, or maybe I just copy and paste. And with that copy and paste, obviously I can optimize this a bit further. So maybe from the transcript, it directly gets imported into here. And once it imports, all of this will automatically get populated without me having to intervene. This is one of the apps that we have in Marketing OS. Same for our video editor. Our budgeting AI will be part of Finance OS. And the next micro app that we have is our Instagram TikTok Researcher. This is a pretty useful one in which I can import Instagram videos. Currently, I'm doing this manually to get an idea of what currently is popular. I could automate the process, but I'm doing it manually. We can call this human in the loop. The problem that I'm solving here is to be able to do market research to see what hooks are doing well. Before, when I was doing this in a spreadsheet, finding the views was really hard because Instagram on the app and on the desktop didn't really show this, but through building a custom Chrome extension, I was able to extract all of these analytics automatically, save them to Convex database, and now it was able to also get the hook using a local AI model, which means that it's running on my MacBook and not in the cloud. I save a lot on costs in able to extracting all of the data in the form of templates. So we take this hook and convert it into a template, and we do the same thing for a script. We get the videos, we transcribe them, or get the transcript if we do have access to an API, and this original script gets converted into a script template for which I can now take it and use it to brainstorm and create new videos. I can do exactly the same process for TikTok. I can get new insights on what's working, what's not working, and I have an AI advisor to take all of these hooks from my hook library over here that I've saved, as well as the hooks from my database to come up with new ideas for new videos. And being able to have this as an MCP, I can link it into Claude, which has access into my hooks library, my YouTube titles hooks, as well as all of these hooks to be able to come up with much more creative solutions all in one go. And the best part is AI can operate this or I can operate it. That's where the true flexibility lies. Now, I do recommend that you operate it in the start because you need to confirm that it's working and eliminating all of the repetitive work. And then slowly, step by step, you can start getting AI to do it for you, for which you can then start letting go of the reins. Next up, we have my school CRM. So currently, if you are on school, I'll take you behind the scenes. If you look at my 562 members, go to settings, we can look at the dashboard of where everyone is coming in. On average, I'm getting 1,300 visitors. We have a 15% conversion rate with 200 plus signups. I can see a lot of people coming from direct links, a lot of people coming from Reddit, which I did not expect. People coming from LinkedIn, the school network, which is promoting the school. Some people come from YouTube, Gmail. So this is really good to know, especially when you're doing your marketing campaign. I can get all of these analytics extracted and connected to Claude so that when making future decisions, it has a snapshot of how my business is working. So over here, you can see that how many school members I have extracted. Now it's showing a little bit more because some people joined my school community and some people have left. These school members get imported into Kajabi, and I can also see how many people booked a call and confirm into Kajabi if they've already entered my sales funnel. So that happens automatically. I decided, let me run a cron job or scheduler via Convex. So every hour it checks, are there any new members that have entered my school community? If so, get the email and send them into Kajabi, which is my CRM at this moment. In Kajabi, I run an email sequence automatically for which people can go ahead and book a call. Next, we have a cool one, which is my competitor analysis one before I hit the stock analysis tool. This one allows me to run an analysis, get the latest videos from these top channels on AI automation. I can type specific keywords for which it will filter it, like augmented AI. You'll see I dominate the word augmented, but that's only from the ones that I've pulled. We can look at, you can see mine is filtering through for the word automation. We can also check out agents to see who is dominating that keyword currently, and we can look at how many views people are getting. The goal is to look for outliers. So from these 1,000 odd videos, this one has 6,000, this one has 3,000, so I'll probably look at those. Nate Turk, who is very popular in the automation space, has over 20,000 views. 20,000 might seem like an outlier, but for his videos, maybe 100,000 would be his outlier. So that's something to be aware of. I can look at these and say, okay, what can I do in that regard? I can go ahead and filter by most views. So we can look at Nick Sarev, who's also quite popular in the agent space, and try and find videos that I could cover essentially. And what's really cool about this tool, which is part of my marketing OS, I can see all of the trending topics right over here, like Claude, the word agent, agents, code, Claude code, Hermes is doing well, and you can see over time which one is doing well, which one's not. And I can ask AI to generate me some ideas. So if I run this with local models, it'll give me recommendations. The only thing that I want to add in is to give it access to my Uber Suggest account, for which I've bought a lifetime access. So I'll probably do keyword research on all of these and see which one makes sense for the long term. Currently, I've given it access in Claude, but definitely to get more insights, plug in Uber Suggest right over here. Now let's go into one that I have into Intelligence. We're going to open up the bridge here. Just like a traditional stock analysis app, I can pull in any stock that I want to. But what's cool is that I can run different models on all of these stocks. I can run a local Gemma 4 12 billion parameter model via LM Studio. I can run Claude Opus 4.8 or maybe Claude Fable whenever it does become available, or Mythos. There's also the new ChatGPT models that are out. I can run it on some Chinese models. What this thing actually does is it'll go through all of the analysis that I've given it. It'll do technical analysis, fundamental analysis. It's going to check the news, do reinforcement learning, and overall the model will give its judgment. So here we can see for Apple, it has recent negative sentiment because of the price hikes, which are probably going to be more aligned with the recent RAM price increases. So because of all of that, Apple had to increase its price. I can go through all of the stocks and look at the summary of whether to buy, hold, or sell. From all of these models, there's a strong sentiment to hold. And if I want deeper insight, if I'm very involved in stock trading, I can go through the charts, I can run technical analysis indicators, Bollinger Bands, EMA, RSI, MACD, and so on. If you don't understand, don't worry, I'm still learning it myself. Whatever I implement, AI is going to take all of this data and the news that refreshes daily is going to put together a sentiment stack to say whether it's bearish or bullish. All of the models that I ran already, it's going to tell me whether to hold. It's going to look at the technical indicators as well as the fundamental analysis, and it puts it in plain English terms to say, okay, based on the price versus earnings ratio, the stock is neither cheap nor expensive. It's going to do the same for the price versus revenue, the EBITDA, operating margin, whether it's profitable or losing, as well as trailing EPS, is it positive or negative, and it'll tell you by how much is it profitable by or how much it's losing by. So I'm definitely going to be testing this out. If you want to get access to this tool, you could purchase a subscription to other platforms that can give you the exact same information. But here, if you have experience in trading, this tool gives you the edge. And it becomes way more powerful if you have the background intuition that comes with stock trading on a daily basis. And I'm not going to pretend like I'm a stock trader, and I'm not going to promise you any results from using this app, but you're more than welcome to try it out in our corporate automation operating system, for which I'll give you access to all of these apps to download, and you'll be able to tinker with it and modify it to your heart's content or within your token limit, whichever one comes first. So that's more or less the systems that I currently have. It's going to be growing, and that's why you have to be with us in the corporate automation OS. If you join and then quit after 1 month, you're going to be missing out on all of the other systems that I'm going to be introducing on a month-to-month basis. And if you want us to build a custom app for you, drop a comment down below. I'll build it and deploy it within our corporate automation operating system. Now, if you go into Claude, I can bring it down over here. If I go to the plus sign, connectors, I'm going to select the stock analysis tool, which is already enabled. So I'm going to say using my stock analysis tool. Can you tell me which ones are a good buy or which ones I should sell? Winners and losers. Use the MCP tool that I've given you. Now, if you save this as a skill, you won't have to always tell it to use my stock analysis tool or use MCP. You could say /stock whatever or stock trader and then tell it what you want. I'm going to refine the skill, but let's see what happens when we press enter. So it's going to ask to use the tool. I'm going to say always allow. It's going to get the watch list heat map. These were refreshed yesterday, so I can tell Claude to check today's stocks, pull in the latest data. So here we have it. We have Amazon at 97% confidence, Coke 86, Google at 83%, Nvidia at 65. So still a buy, but lower confidence. Amazon has high confidence, and it's giving me a summary to say they are having their Prime Day sales, which means higher profits. It says Cloud Plus AI tailwinds are still strong. Coke, solid defensible pick with consistent performance. We can see which ones to sell, like Naspers and Tesla, which ones to hold and don't touch, like Meta, Apple, and Microsoft. And then it gives me a quick take to say Amazon and Google look like the clearest opportunities right now. Tesla, and I can ask it to do a deeper dive for each stock. Obviously, you can add in much more stocks to this list, but I just added these because those are the ones that I'm interested in. Another micro app that falls part of marketing is this Content Studio. This is one that we did for a client where I can go into settings, I can set my knowledge base, I can set my ideal client profile, I can add in my corporate identity, branding guidelines, how we speak, tone of voice, and so on. And I can set my audience or leave this as default, use any of these models via API. I can generate as many ideas as I want with maybe some custom instructions and generate some ideas. So the best part, if I'm not sure what to create, I can click on this arrow over here and it will allow me to create content in various different ideas. And this is based on the philosophy from Matt Gray, who talks about the content waterfall system, where one piece of content becomes 50 pieces of content. So based on that idea, it will automatically take this and convert it into an image, a video, carousel, article, text posts. It'll generate some hooks based on my hook criteria and post all of them to social media. So I can take this and connect it to all of my social media platforms. If you're not sure where you've seen this before, it's similar to the social manager. And the best part is you can have as little or as much control as you want. So if you want to be more involved in the article writing, you can go in here. You have a picture that will appear as well as your articles. So this image is the same one that we've generated over over here. So you can reuse content that you've already used. The whole goal is to reduce as much friction, get rid of that repetitive work, those bottlenecks, so that we can build business processes that can save you time, save you money, reduce human error, and avoid all of that copying and pasting mess that I see most businesses struggle with. This is one of the engines that we built for Quintessence as well as for LucidView. With just a single voice note that I had sent via Telegram or to Claude directly, I can say, create me 5 images, 10 videos, 2 articles, 20 text posts, and post all of them to social media, obviously after review. But you can imagine a 20-second voice note can save up to 5 hours of work just using the simple system that we have built. So this is just the tip of the iceberg that we've built for all of these different companies with great success. And you can find it here at www.augmentedaiautomation.com/portfolio, and you can see all of the projects that we've worked on. We did some computer vision based projects. This is before the advent of large language models and AI. We created a basketball shot detection for the NBA via ProShot X. We did an automated vehicle detection and traffic analytics platform for Tajama. We created AI training programs for them. For StreetSwift, we created a smart camera that can collect analytics, and because it was mounted on a bike, it had GPS location plus how many impressions it got of how many cars it's seen over time. We've worked with Momentum, where we did forms automation. We brought it down from 3 days down to 10 minutes. We've consulted with the Joburg Stock Exchange as well. We built a client acquisition experience. We use our UI UX design skills to build a website for Quintessence. For ICM Cargo, we built a freighting automation. We take invoices and plug it directly into their CRM. Previously, they were taking all of the invoices and manually copying and pasting each item into the platform that they were using. We cut down weeks worth of work into hours. For Aussies, we created a visa document automation, and this is a system that we built via N8N, which I found was a very nice low-code, a nice visually appealing way to build AI agents. But currently I find it much faster to build these micro apps in Cursor. But nonetheless, you can see how things work. I broke everything down into nano agents, where each agent was broken down into sections. They were given access to memory, different chat models, so you can use ChatGPT or other models like Claude or Gemini. You can do deep research with Perplexity and search the web with Tavily. And you can imagine each agent being one section in a document. So instead of having one agent build everything entirely, which would essentially suffer from hallucinations and context rot and lost in the middle phenomenon, we've broken down each and every one, and one agent handles one piece of information. So we had a much more reliable system where we brought the document processing time from 8 hours down to 4 hours. Before, they were going into a ChatGPT chat and everyone had to share the exact same ChatGPT account. So you can imagine things getting lost in chat and being subject to context rot and always having to worry about editing and reprompting and modifying the prompts to be able to get your perfect output. This automation saves you on all of that. If I were to rebuild this entire thing, I would rebuild it in Cursor, like how we did over the past 7 days. For Resolute Robotics, we built an AI video generator. They had a requirement to create 366 videos before the end of the year. Our tool allowed them to generate videos much faster. We also did a lead research tool, which I showed you in earlier days. Instead, the problem we tried to solve there was they were taking weeks to do lead research. To find a large schooling group within Africa would take a tremendous amount of time, because now you have to look for schools, and then from schools you have to find what schooling group were they part of, put it into a spreadsheet, make sure that you cover all of the other schools, make sure that you do not overlap or have redundant data, which means that you might find another school that's part of the same group, and doing that process over and over again for all of these large schooling groups in Africa is a tremendous amount of work. We managed to automate this in tests. We found all of the large schooling groups, which schools fall a part of that schooling group, and extract the key people of interest within that company, as well as the gatekeepers. The system would give them the links to the key people of interest, as well as the gatekeepers' profiles. So all they had to do is take their LinkedIn profiles and now close the sales loop. For Tshwane University of Technology, or T, we delivered a 6-month-long course down to 2 weeks. So we created an AI-generated course using their curriculum, using their content. We saved them the cost of having to film, edit, and process all of this video. We also created an offline version of Notebook LM for them, because previously they had a lecturer, and for each module, that lecturer had to use his credit card for the API costs and could only claim it back 6 months later. So you can imagine if 10,000 students was using that lecturer's credit card for all of the API costs, and in 6 months, that bill could be enormous. So instead, we have an offline version running on a Mac Studio, for which students could pass PDFs, lecture notes, and so on for which they can have a chat with or generate quizzes automatically. That content marketing dashboard that you've seen already, that's the one that we created for LucidView, where we cut down 5 hours of work down to 10 minutes per day. If you feel like you want to do more, but you just don't have the time, you're more than welcome to get in touch with us by clicking work with me. These are just some of the skills that we have, what we've automated. If you want to find out more, I would like for you to first decide what your path will be from here. To summarize, we've come a long way in terms of building, chatting with ChatGPT or other AI models, to building real micro apps, dashboards, and agents that you can use and keep for your own. So path one, you can keep building on your own. I've given you all of the skills, all of the tools, and the systems that you need to be able to build your own agentic automation system. Path two, you can join an ongoing group to keep shipping with support and accountability to gain access to all of the dashboards that we offer right there in our corporate automation operating system. Like I mentioned, you'll get support from me, other community members, and we can hold you accountable while you go through this journey. And then finally, path three is where you can get one-on-one help to wire this directly in your business. So this could be with our daily calls, or you can get us to build custom solutions for you. Either way, you win. Whatever you choose, I want you to keep running your operating system, build one micro app after another, which will result in one small win at a time. I want you to measure everything. If you're taking 5 hours, I know it takes some additional admin to be able to measure how many hours it's taking you. Maybe you're not self-aware, but note it, then automate it, then measure the ROI. From 5 hours, are you now spending 1 hour doing it? Or did the automation get you down to 10 minutes? Note it down and let me know in the comments down below of all of the wins that you've achieved. And like always, if you want to work with us, head over to www.augmentedstartups.com/start. I'll have a link down below as well, for which you can book a call with me and my team, and we can help you on your journey to AI automation systems, saving time, saving money, reducing human error, and building all of these really cool agentic systems that remove the friction from your business and can automate simple business processes. And as always, head over to your accountability post in our school community, 7-Day Business Automation Challenge. And this is the final one for the 7-day challenge. I want you to click on which one applies to you most. Did you complete it? If so, woohoo! You've undergone a significant transformation, and I'm so proud of you. Leave a comment on what you thought of this course, what you didn't like, if there was any, and look forward to your feedback, because it's only through this feedback where I'm able to improve this course. Maybe I can create another module within the 7-day framework to clarify any concepts that you didn't quite understand, or if I'm missing any kind of prompt, let me know and I'll definitely drop any resources in this course as well. So we are finally finished with the 7-day challenge. Give yourself a pat on the back. This is a huge achievement. The next step is to join our corporate automation operating system, where you can get started straight away with our sales operating system, where you can get started with any one of these operating systems that we offer. Depending on which tier you're on, you get access to daily or weekly calls with us and the team. You get our agentic OS, as well as the full course that you see over here. And if you're interested in our mastermind, comment mastermind down below and we'll get in touch. And then finally, before we end off, if you haven't already joined our corporate automation operating system, which was previously known as the corporate automation library, we're still busy with the rebranding. This is where the real transformation. And by transformation, I mean you're going to be having all of the systems that we've shown you here and more in the upcoming weeks, which you can take these systems, insert it into your company. You're going to measure the before and after. And if it's not giving you at least 1% automation, let me know and I'll make sure it does. Because if you can automate at least within your company with our goal of getting up to 80% automation, if you take that 1% and compound it over a year, you can do the math with respect to the hourly rate that your employee or you are spending on a task. And generally, most of our clients make back their money within 6 months to a year. So definitely look at automation as an investment rather than a cost. We will be dropping the $19 per month plan very soon. So if you're watching this at some later time in future, we will be dropping this and our founding members will get access to all of the dashboards, all of the operating systems and more. Cool. So that wraps up the 7-day business automation challenge. I really hope you enjoyed this course and I wish you well on your automation journey. If you enjoyed this, comment down below. Let me know about your journey, your transformation, and how you found this course. If there's something wrong, let me know also and how I can improve. And with that said, I'll see you soon.